And ladies and gentlemen, welcome here to the Grant Center for the start of today's non-conference men's volleyball tri-match. First of the three today is going to be Wabash College taking on your Averett University Cougars. I'm former Assistant Sports Information Director Davin Wilson. I will be on the ones and twos with you for this game today, for all three matches actually. And so we're going to see what we have here, setting things up as both of these teams are in their pre-match huddles, getting ready to break them, and are now taking their spots. Wabash is coached by Sean Baker. He is assisted by Marcela Dominguez. And then the team manager is Tom Raitkin. Meanwhile, the Cougars are coached by Olivia Earls. She is in her first season. Of course, this is the first season that Averett has had men's volleyball. Of course, Earls is also the women's volleyball coach as well. In her second year at the helms of the Cougars, took over for longtime great Danny Miller back 2 years ago, who retired to take a little less active of a role. And he is definitely settling in nicely to his new role as a grandpa. We'd like to wish him congratulations on that. Olivia or Earls is assisted by Braden Walden. And so we are now getting ready for the start of this contest. So the three teams today, of course, you've got your Averett University Cougars, you've got Wabash College, and then you also have Warren Wilson. The two teams making the trip down here to Danville today on a rainy day. We appreciate them making that trip. And here's the first serve of the match. Set by Wabash, and that's going to be number 7. Thing on the attack. So Boy Tang sets up the attack, and I believe it's Evan Baker with the kill. And Wabash is out to a 1-0 lead here. As we've got trying to get the number down there. It looks like number 30, Christopher Board. There's the set. There's the attack by number 12, Daniel Cancro, but will go into the net, and we'll give Wabash a 2-0 lead. So Cancro, out of Kernersville, North Carolina, went to Bishop McGinnis Catholic prep school, that is. And nice attack and kill there by number 10, Shad Wilson, the freshman out of Carmel, Indiana, which Wabash is. Of course, as far as the temperature goes, I'm sure it's probably a little bit warmer down here in Danville than it is up there in Indiana, but with the rain. And there's a nice planned attack there by Dominic Jenkins, but a little bit too much sauce on that. And it is now a 4-0 contest. So Averett still looking for its first win as a program in its first year. But I tell you one thing, there's a lot of excitement right now around Danville about, and there goes Averett's first point of the night. Daniel Felice, Felice on the assist, or on the kill from, trying to get the number down there for the assist. And wow, what a shot there by Wilson. A great job on the defensive end, but unable to get the return over. And it was actually number 17, Diego Chafuni, with the assist on Averett's first point. Of course, Wabash turns around, gets the kill to make it 5-1. So here's the serve from Boy Tang. Tang with the set. And a nice fake there, number 9, Zev Wolverton. Woo! That thing should have got a speeding ticket as it had quite a bit of velocity on it. And it is now a 6-1 game. If you're just joining us, Averett in the blue and gold on the left side of your screen. Wabash in the red and white. And that's going to be number 9, Zev Wolverton, the freshman outside hitter out of Vancouver, Washington. Coming through with the big kill right there. And it is now 7-1. As it's going to be Boy Tang back at the line to serve. And a nice dig there in return by number 2, Anibel Lopez. But it will result in a point for Wabash. And it's now 8-1. But as I was saying earlier, there's a lot of excitement right now around town about this Averett athletics program, and for good reason. Got a lot of new sports. Got volleyball. Got the track program. And, of course, we've had men's and women's lacrosse now for going on about 6 or 7 years, give or take. And Averett's going to take a timeout. We're going to keep it locked here on the Averett Sports Network for you, but a lot of excitement right now going along.
Sova Health has the heart care you need to stay healthy. As a Duke Health affiliate in heart care, they are backed by the latest Duke guidelines and research, providing our community with enhanced quality health care. Whether it's cardiac screening or emergency heart care at their accredited chest pain center, they provide quality treatment close to home. Sova Health, heart care to live your healthiest life. Visit online at sovahealth.com/heart.
Chance to watch, and from what I've heard, the attendance has been great. Of course, if you're looking at home now, if you're looking on the home side of things, the attendance may not look that great right now, but of course it is spring break here at Averett, so got a lot of students that would normally be here that aren't here. And speaking of which, Averett is going to be celebrating its seniors here today. Daniel Kankaro, Aiden Barber, Philip Bonenkamp are your seniors for the Cougars. And it would be nice, what a nice way for them to celebrate. And there is a service error. Boy Tang unable to get it over, the 6'1" freshman outside hitter from Indianapolis. And every time I see Wabash, I think of the Grumpy Old Men series. Of course, I believe they were Wabatosh, I believe is what it was. But a great series of movies right there from the 90s. All of us 90s babies and before will remember those movies. And so number 10, Shad Wilson back to serve. There's the set from the Cougars. And a little light attack from number 3, Noah. I will get that one right before the end of things. I'm going to go down in between sets and check on my pronunciation of that one. So I do apologize to Noah's family. And there's a kill from Wabash. And it is now 12-2 as we move midway through this opening set. Thank you for joining us here today on the Averett Sports Network. There's the attack from number 4, Finn Oakley. And Finn Oakley's got himself a point now on the kill. And it's going to be number 6, Philip Bonenkamp, coming into the game out of Essen, Germany. Bonenkamp is standing in at about 6 feet, weighing in at 144 pounds, defensive specialist. And there's the attack by Zev Wolverton. Will go off an Averett player for the kill. And we now have a 13-3 ball game. So just another program added, and that is going to be number 30, Christopher Board, coming up there with the big play at the front of the net. And Averett's going to take another timeout. We're going to take that one with them here on the Averett Sports Network. Wabash with a 14-3 lead. We'll be right back.
Averett University provides all you need for your future through learning that embraces all of your infinite potential. With flexible online and on-campus programs, affordable tuition, and over 50 majors and programs. Visit allaverett.com. Are you all in?
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And Noah Kanshiro Pate made sure I would like to thank Averett Assistant Sports Information Director Landon Hendricks for helping me out on that one. And it's going to be Finn Oakley coming through with the big attack and a point right there. And Oakley will go back to the line. 14-4 is now the score. So Kanshiro Pate out of Hawaii. And that's going to be number 9, Zev Wolverton, coming up again for Wabash. And number 9, Wolverton with the serve. Put a little bit of English on that one, and it's going to fall right in on the corner. That was a well-placed serve. Is not a whole lot of room for error on that, as that was teetering right there on the corner of things. So 16-4 is now the score, and that is going to be a service error. So the point will go to the Cougars right there, 16-5. And you got Kanshiro Pate back at the line. And that serve is returned by number 7, Boy Tang. But that one will not find pay dirt. So it goes out of bounds, giving the serve back to Kanshiro Pate. A nice play there at the net by number 4, Finn Oakley. Kanshiro Pate. That ball is tipped over to number 12, Kankro. So that is going to go over to Bowenkamp. And that is going to be number 4, Finn Oakley. That's going to be number 7, Tang. And Tang, once again, having trouble finding the boundaries on that. Or no, excuse me, he will find the boundaries on that. Looked like the referee had signaled an Averett point there. But the kill does go down. It's 17-6. So it's going to be number 12, Kankro, pushing it over. Number 30, Board. There's the setup by number 12, Kankro. Ball is pushed over, and that is going to be number 30, Christopher Board, coming down with the kill. 18-6 now in favor of Wabash. There's the serve, and a little breakdown in communication there as Bowenkamp and Oakley. I think Oakley thought that one was going out, and I think Bowenkamp did too, and that one does go out as the line judge shows some fancy footwork to get out of the way of that one. So we've got number 8, Dominic Jenkins, checking into the game out of Upper Marlboro, Maryland. Not too far from Danville. Number 17, Diego Jafuni. There's the attack by number 7, Tang. Nice defensive play by the Cougars to keep this one alive. And there is number 8, Dominic Jenkins. Reading the fake well, getting up and making the play at the net. Impressive play there by Jenkins, who comes into the game and immediately makes his presence felt. And that is going to be, I believe, number 4, Conchiro Pate. Or no, excuse me, number 4, Oakley. I believe that was Oakley. This is my first men's game, and that is number 7, Tang, coming up and hammering home that shot, trying to break that Averett momentum a little bit. Averett had run 3 points straight. And that one is out of bounds. It's number 2, Anibal Lopez. Will wisely watch that one trickle out of bounds. And Cancro at the service line. And nice play there by Wabash's defense. And that is going to be number 7, Tang, with a nice kill. And Tang, a good sign of sportsmanship right there, as I think caught that one off of an Averett player's fingertips, wanted to make sure it was all right. And that is going to be number 12, Cancro. And that's going to be number 9, Zev Wolverton, with the return. Just couldn't get it within the lines there as that one goes out. And see who's at the line now, trying to get a number. It looks like number 11, Daniel Felice. And there's a kill from number 1, Evan Baker, into the game for Wabash. And 22-11. And Oakley had some nice velocity on it, but a little bit too much. And that one goes out of bounds, 23-11. And number 4, Oakley, getting up there at the net with a big play on a nice attack. Ball is sent over. And number 9, Zev Wolverton. Whew. That one, another ball that should have had a speeding ticket, as that one was hammered. 24-12. And so Oakley is going to keep the Cougars alive with a nice attack there. The 6'2 freshman out of Cambridge, UK. And 24-13 is your score. It's about 7 o'clock right now over in the UK. I think it would be interesting to talk to Oakley about how long it took him to get adjusted to the time change, and Wabash is going to put the clamp down on the first set with that attack. So we're through the opening set here of this afternoon's tri-match. Wabash takes the first one, 25-13. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back on the Averett Sports Network. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back here on the Averett Sports Network as we are a minute 20 away from the start of this second set. Wabash took the first one 24-13, or excuse me, 25-13. We'll take a look here at some of the leaders stat-wise. First off, Zev Wolverton paces Wabash's offensive efforts with 8 kills, while Boy Dang comes in with 4. Also, Will Beeks with 12 assists. Right now, got Dang, Wolverton, and Beeks all with 1 assist, and Wilson and Beeks both with blocks. Meanwhile, for the Cougars, Finn Oakley with 4 kills. Diego Jaffini with a kill himself, and then Jaffini with 5 assists. So first set took about 18 minutes roughly to play. And so let's see what happens here now that the sides are switched and these two teams are ready to get things rolling here in the second set. See if Averett can even this thing up, or will Wabash take a 2-0 lead. So 11, 1, and 3 are the scheduled start times for today's matches. Let's try a match between these 3 schools. Warren Wilson, Wabash, and of course, your Averett University Cougars. If you're just joining us, I'm former Assistant Sports Information Director Davin Wilson, and I will be with you on the call for all 3 of these matches today. Happy to step up. Volleyball is one of my favorites. Can change at the drop of a hat. And you got to respect any game where you're never quite out of it. I have seen some crazy things since joining over here, since starting my career in sports, and Averett's going to start off on the wrong foot with an attack error. And that's going to be 1-0 now in favor of Wabash. Seen some crazy things. Started here in 2014. Started my master's. Graduated 2017. Left full time, but still come back whenever I can. And it's going to be number 12, Daniel Cankro. Evening things up at 1, and Cankro will go to the line. Let's see what he can do. So a floating serve going over there. A nice attack by number 10, Shad Wilson. And Wabash with the point as the attack goes off of an Averett defender's fingers for the kill. This is going to be number 7, Tang back. Tang, and that's going to get over to number 4, Oakley. Back to Oakley. And Oakley's going to hammer that one home after Diego Jaffini sets him up with the assist. So 2-2 is your score. And it's going to be Jaffini back at the line. Or no, excuse me, it's actually going to be number 11, Felice. And there is a attack and kill by number 9, Zev Wolverton, who led the offensive attack in the last set. And kind of like White Goodman and dodgeball, it's got to be the hair. And there's another point for Wabash. I believe that was number 1, Baker, on the attack. But as we mentioned, Wolverton with the feathered layered hair. It's got to give him a few extra inches on his jump, a little extra velocity on the serve. And Tang put a little bit of sauce on that one for the point. And Wabash now has a 5-2 lead, and every time I come over, I'm always amazed by all the changes and things that Drew Wilson and his sports information department have put together. Really, Averett all together, and Tang with what appeared to be a kill, but a nice defensive save there. But of course, at the end of the day, it will be one too many touches on that one. And there's the serve over from Wilson. And that one a little bit too much on it. So we've got number 6, Bonenkamp, coming back into the game for the Cougars. Bonenkamp, of course, as I mentioned earlier, coming out of Germany. And it's going to be number 9, Wolverton. That ball is set up. Number 4, Oakley. And Oakley's going to hammer that one home. And we're getting to about getting close to the midway point of this one. And Averett very much alive, 6-4, as Bonenkamp goes back to the line for another serve. The ball is dug and set by Wabash. But once again, Wolverton with a ferocious attack. And it is now 7-4. And I got to give it to Earls and Braden Walden, her assistant. They showing a lot of enthusiasm down there, a lot of encouragement, which is good to see. It can't always be easy first year putting a program together, some of the ups and downs of it, some of the frustrations, and then especially when with Earls used to coaching the women's team, which women's volleyball here over at Averett has always been a force to be reckoned with. Whether it's been Barb Crushbar at the helms or Danny Miller or Earls. And it is now 9-4 as Wabash starting to open things up a little bit here on a quick 3-0 run. And, of course, it looks like Baker and Dominguez have done good things here with this Wabash team, as they are very talented, especially on the offensive end. And number 30, Board, the freshman libero out of Indianapolis, is going to record a kill there. And 10-4 is your score. And it's going to be 11-4 now. You always got to love games where, and Earls is going to take a timeout. We're going to take it with him here on the Averett Sports Network. Wabash holding an 11-4 lead, approaching the midway point of the second set. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Wabash with the serve, holding an 11-4 lead. That's Evan Baker. And Averett's going to come through with a big point there. 11-5. That's going to snap a string of 5 straight from Wabash. That's 5 straight. It's seen Wabash taking 11-5 lead. And service error on the Cougars. And that's going to push Wabash's lead to 12-5. So make sure if you are a fan of volleyball, we have got plenty of action here for you today as Bonenkamp just with the setter. He does have the 2 touches on it. 1 too many, 2 back-to-back touches, and that's a no-no in this game. 13-5. Of course, to Bowen Comp's credit, that was a heck of a serve to handle. Bowen Comp getting down low for the dig there. There's the attack by Wolverton. And that is going to be number 12, Cankro, for Averett. And Cankro just a little bit too much on that one. Of course, for Danville, or excuse me, for Averett. And that is going to be a service ace from Wolverton. As that one did its best Johnny Cash impression and walked the line. So 15-5. And Wolverton, Bowen Comp. There's the set by number 17, Jafuni. And Tang with a nice attack there, but Lopez with an even better dig. But in the end, the point will go to Wabash. Is unable to keep that one in there. So Wolverton, Bowen Comp, Jafuni. There's Tang. And Tang with an errant attack. And that's going to give a point to the Cougars. So we've got Daniel Felice into the game for the Cougars. And it's going to be number 3, Kanishiro Pates with the serve. Cankro, number 16, Beeks. And excuse me, that is Bikes. I do apologize on that. Just looked at the pronunciation guide, and it is Bikes. Love the fact that they've started doing that now, started requiring those pronunciation guides in a lot of conferences. And that one is going to go to Averett as the serve does not find the line. So we're going to have number 8, Jenkins, checking back into the game. Rainy day here in Danville, Glad, and Tang. And Tang has got a nice attack, and wow, number 12, Cankro, making the slide there. And Cankro also making a argument, making a case for himself as a baseball player, as a base runner. As he put together a perfect slide right there and took himself quite the ride. Kind of jealous of him. It looked like it was a lot of fun right there. So number 30, Christopher Board, the libero. And that is going to be Tang again. And you can hear the rain. Speaking of the rain, you can actually hear it coming off the roof here at the Grant Center as we speak. So good thing these games are played inside. Good things we're not at a beach volleyball tournament here. Of course, Danville, Virginia, though, being in the middle of the state, going to be kind of hard to find a beach. Of course, you could always get creative. But either way, it will not matter because we are playing this one inside the warm confines of the Grant Center and Wabash. So 21-7. So Averett had at one point had pulled within 6-4. And from that point, Wabash has scored 15 of the last 18 to take this 21-7 lead. And 21-8 lead now as Board serve finds net. So we're going to have number 12, Cankro, back at the line. Cankro with the serve. Gets it over to number 9, Wolverton. There's the attack by number 10, Shad Wilson. the freshman out of Carmel, Indiana. Well, now 22-8, and we'll send Tang to the line here. There's Tang's serve. It's going to be, a little bit of a rough break there as number 12, Cancro, had a nice play on it. Just couldn't get it to quite go over the net. And that's going to result in a point for Wabash, and it's going to send Tang to the line here. And there's a service ace by Tang. So Tang here at set point. He's going to send that one into the net. So Averett will live to fight at least one more point. 24-9 is your score. That's going to send number 11, Felice, to the line. Let's see what he's got. Felice is going to push that one over. And there is the attack and kill from Wilson. And that's going to do it here for the second set as Wabash picks up a 25-9 win. We're going to take a quick break here on the Averett Sports Network, but when we return, we will have the third set. Keep it locked right here. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the Averett Sports Network. If you're just joining us for this non-district match, or non-conference match, excuse me, it's still in high school mode. This non-conference match between Wabash and Averett. Wabash has just won the second set 25-9 to go up 2-0. We're going to take a look at some of the leaders here in the second set. Warburton, with no surprise here, with 10 kills. Tang with 9. Wilson with 5. So Bikes with 21 assists in the set. Pretty impressive right there. Meanwhile, Tang and Wolverton, each with a trio of service aces. For Averett, Finn with 7 kills. Then Jaffini with 8 assists. And so that's basically the way things are looking right now as we move into this third set. That second one took about 18 minutes as well. So we're looking here at about a half hour worth of play so far as we move in to this third set. Averett looking to stay alive, keep its keep things moving here, force a fourth set. And, of course, Wabash looking to go ahead and wrap things up here. We will have breaks between the two matches. And we're going to be running live on all three of these today. So I believe the next one is actually going to be Wabash and Warren Wilson. And then, of course, Averett and Warren Wilson will conclude the day. So Wabash is going to pick up the first point on the kill. So 1-0 early on. And we've got number 30, Board, back at the line to serve. He'll get it over there. And a nice attack by Cancro, but an even better defensive play by Board. And just like that, Wabash with a 2-0 lead. And so Board back at the line again for his third attempt. That one barely gets over the net, but barely counts. Number 4, Oakley. There's the set, and it's going to be number 9, Wolverton. Cannot get it over. And so that point will go to Averett. And Wolverton looked like he might have got that one off his hand wrong. Hope he's okay. The 6'1" outside hitter out of Vancouver, Washington. And that's going to be number 12, Cancro's serve with a little bit too much sauce. It'll go out of bounds for a Wabash point, and it will send Tang to the line. So here's Tang's serve. Tang, a lot of velocity on that one. Averett's overball gets across the net, though. And number 10, Shad Wilson, with a nice attack, but it will go to the right of the line. And that is going to be an Averett point to make it 3-2. So we've now got number 8, Dominic Jenkins, checking into the game for the Cougars. And you've got number 11, Felice, back to serve. And that one trickles over the net. And it is now 3-3. Also, you got Danville native Nicholas Breen checking into the game. Breen was one heck of a soccer player over at Galileo. And Breen's going to get an unwelcome, or it's going to get a rough welcome into the game as he gets plunked by that serve. And so that's going to break the 3-3 tie and give Wabash a 4-3 lead, as it's going to be number 10, Wilson. That ball is set up. A nice play there at the net by Wabash's defense, and a little bit of miscommunication. And that is going to result in an Averett kill and a tie ball game. So 4-4. And so we've got number 17, Diego Jafuni, coming into the game, checking in for the Cougars. And Jafuni back to serve right away. And not a bad serve as it gets to the back line. And Wolverton's attack is met by a great play from number 8, Jenkins, and Kanishiro Pate. And Averett is going to take its first lead of the morning at 5-4. Let's see if the Cougars can hold on to this. Cougars will no doubt like to avoid the straight sweep. And that's going to be number 1, Baker, and number 16, Bikes, coming up with a big defensive play there for Wabash, and knotting things up at 5 apiece. So it's going to be number 1, Baker, back to serve. And it's going to be number 12, Cancro. Now it's going to get over to Kanishiro Pate. And that is going to be an attack error on the Cougars. Earl's coming out delivering a little bit of advice there. So 6-5. Like I said, we will be bringing you all 3 of today's matches. I will be on the 1s and 2s for each one. And so number 8, Jenkins, coming up with another great defensive play there, his second of the set. And we've now got a tie game at 16 apiece. And really got to give a big shout out to the sports. And there, once again, that was Jenkins and Kanishiro Pate coming up with a big defensive play there. And Averett back in front at 7-6 as Oakley back to serve. Ball is up, and Tang showing his power that he has shown all morning long. And speaking of power, it's the reverse of power, Bikes, as he puts just enough touch on it on the finger roll to knot things up here at 7 apiece. It's almost like looking at Will Chamberlain right there on that last one, and there's a Wabash service error, and the Cougars right back in front at 8-7. And here is Jenkins' serve, and Jenkins puts a little bit too much on that one, and I didn't know that was maybe going to take a one hop into the trash can over there. That would have definitely been fun to see. Not fun, of course, that it resulted in a Wabash point and a tie set. And a nice defensive play there by number 10, Wilson, on Kanishiro Pate's nice attack. And Tang goes opposite side of the court. And he will find a hole. Good vision there. By Tang. Boy Tang. And it is now 9-8. Kanishiro Pate puts that one up. And it's going to be one too many touches on that for the Cougars. And that's going to result in a Wabash point and a 10-8 lead. So Wabash right now on a 3-0 run after Averett took an 8-7 lead on a Wabash service error. A nice set there by the Cougars. Kanishiro Pate, and they're not going to be able to get that one over. And it is now 11-8 as we are approaching the midway point of this third set. Wabash looking to make it a straight 3-0. Averett looking to push it to 4. We'll see which team has its way. And what a shot there from Tang as he gets some ups on that one and hammers it home. So that serve is sent over by Bikes. And Kanishiro Pate, a big play there for the point as Breen is going to check back into the game. Kanishiro Pate at the line. That ball will get over. And what a play at the net by Cankro and Felice. And it is now 12-10. So Averett right now scored 2 of the last 3 to trim it, steps it down to 10 or to 2, excuse me. Kanishiro Pate cannot get his serve over the net. That's going to make it a 13-10 game. Once again, if you are just joining us, Wabash has a 2-0 lead right now over Averett. Currently leading in this third set, 13-11. Oakley is going to check back in for Aiden Barber. Barber, the 5'11 senior out of Charlottesville, Virginia, Albemarle. Quite familiar with Albemarle as they used to be one of our conference opponents when I played soccer in high school. And that is going to be number 7, Tang coming down with another big play. Also, my mom is from the Louisa County area, not too far from Albemarle. She's got a lot of roots up in that area. And Tang with a nice attack there. Pate gets it over to Oakley. Oakley back to Tang. There's the dig by the set by number 16, Bikes. Tang and Wolverton, but Breen is there to meet it. Not easy with Wolverton, as Wolverton a lot of power, a lot of height. And just a little bit, timing off a little bit there from Oakley, as he went up just a little bit too early for that one. And it is now 15-11. This has been the strongest set Averett has put together so far. So starting to see what the potential is for the Cougars once they have a little bit of time to get adjusted as a program, and a nice defensive play, nice concentration to keep that rally going. And what a rally we've got. Nice defensive play at the net to meet a nice offensive play. So Oakley, who led the Cougars last set in kills, and that's going to be number 9, Wolverton, finally putting an end to that rally and giving Wabash a 16-11 lead. And Tang with a line drive. Nice defensive play there by number 12, Cankro. That's going to be number 2, Lopez. And Wolverton coming up big there. And it is now 17-11. As Wabash starting to pull away a bit here. Of course, we see Breen, the Danvillian, back on the court. His dad, Richard Breen, a longtime professor over here. Breen used to do the public address announcing for the football team for a lot of the sports over here. So he is quite known for that, along with being a teacher. And he also has one of the most luxurious beards, I think, in all of academia. And Averett scattering to get out of the way of that one right there. And great team movement there from the Cougars to get out of the way of that one. So Tang is going to offer up the serve here. Trying to get Wabash, and Breen a nice return or a nice attack, left-handed. And Kanishiro Pate, nice play there to keep the ball alive. Nice hustle there from Cankro, but at the end it will be all for naught as the point goes to Wabash. And speaking of Wabash, Wabashaw was the name of the town from Grumpier Old Men. The Grumpier Old Men movie. So Tang is going to have the service ace there. And it is now 21-11. We're looking around here at the Grant Center, and quite a few banners hanging up on the wall. A couple of national championships. The big one, of course, coming from golf in 2003. And Nicholas Breen gives his dad something to cheer about as he comes up with a big kill there. Number 17, Jafuni, into the game. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, Breen was a heck of a soccer player. Led Galileo his senior year to the state quarterfinals, I believe it was. They had to go all the way out to the Eastern Peninsula to take on Chincoteague, I believe it was. And of course, if you know anything about Chincoteague Island, that is where is famous for its wild horses. Nobody really quite sure about how they got there. And oh, there's a nice attack there by number 4, Oakley. Oakley dared Wabash's defense to get in front of that one, and nobody wanted to. And that's going to result in a point for the Cougars. And it's now 22-13. Number 17, Jafuni. And there's another point. So Averett now with 2 straight. And one of the things that you got to love about volleyball, the celebrations. Always fun to see what they come up with. So 22-14. Averett setting up in a line defense here. Let's see if they are going to hold that. Trying to get a little sweat off the court there. Oh, and number 8, Jenkins, and 3, Kanishiro Pate do their best Dikembe Mutombo impressions and say no, no, no on the block. And it is now 22-15. Kanishiro Pate with the set. It's going to get it over to number 2, Lopez. So now Wolverton, and that point is going to go to Wabash at 23-15. But Averett has really showed some grit here this set. Put together its best one out of the 3 so far, at least in my humble opinion. Pate with the return. And Tang gets up, and the ball is going to deflect off an Averett player out of bounds, and it's going to get us to match point at 24-15. And we're going to have another towel break here on the floor. Trying to get everything cleaned up. That's something you always see during a volleyball match, usually reserved for basketball, but so 24-15. And that's going to be number 1, Baker, coming through with the serve that is going to end the third set and end this match, with Wabash taking this one 3-0. So keep it locked here. We're going to take a little bit of a break. And, of course, we will have the second match between Warren Wilson and Wabash coming up here in just a second on the Averett Sports Network.
is inclusive, encompassing, inspiring. Averett University provides all you need for a future you deserve through learning that embraces all of your infinite potential with flexible online and on-campus programs, like our newest programs in entrepreneurship and psychology, with more coming soon, with affordable tuition and 24/7 support. It all leads to you becoming a catalyst for positive change. Visit allaverett.com. Averett University. Are you all in? Averett University provides all you need for your future through learning that embraces all of your infinite potential. With flexible online and on-campus programs, affordable tuition, and over 50 majors and programs. Visit allaverett.com. Are you all in?
6,000 on a feet.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome here to the Averett University Sports Network, where we are just a few minutes away from the start of the second of today's three non-conference tribe men's volleyball matches. This second one featuring Warren Wilson and Wabash College. And these two teams getting ready to go neck and neck here. First off, we're going to take a look at the starting lineup for Warren Wilson. First off, we've got number 2, Ryan Daly, freshman out of Clover, South Carolina. Next up, we've got libero Ricky Castillo. And then we've got up next, we got outside hitter, number 4, Will Jack. Number 7, Jonah Tupelo next up. Number 10, Mason Holler. Number 11, Ian Nicholson. And number 14, Tobin Vignos. The Warren Wilson is coached by Jack Stark. And now we're going to take a look here at the starting lineup for the Wabash College Little Giants. First off, number 1, Evan Baker. Next up, number 6, libero Brandon Reuter. Number 7, Boy Tang. Number 9, Zev Wolverton. Number 10, Shad Wilson. Number 15, Jackson Lepper. Number 16, Will Bikes. And number 30, Christopher Board. The Little Giants are coached by Sean Baker. He is assisted by Marcelo Dominguez. So, as I mentioned, we are getting ready to start things off here. We're going to take a look here right now. Warren Wilson coming in at 5-7 on the year. They have not started conference play yet. Meanwhile, Wabash, which just knocked off host Averett University, comes in at 11-6 and 1-1 in conference play. So, we're going to see what transpires here. As I mentioned, we are in the second of today's 3 matches. We had Averett and Wabash to kick things off, with Wabash winning 3-0 over Averett. And so we'll see if they can conclude their stay with a perfect 2-0 record, the Little Giants, that is. Or will Warren Wilson come in here and pick up a win itself and send Wabash home with a 1-1 mark? And it looks like it is going to be number 2, libero Ryan Daly Jr. starting things off. And that is going to be number 7, Tang, coming down with a big attack for the Little Giants, and it's now a 1-0 game. We saw the kid do it quite a bit against the Cougars, and he's getting his afternoon started off on the right foot here. So number 30, Christopher Board. There's the set by number 2, Daly. So there is the set and the overball from the Little Giants. And there's an attack by number 11, Ian Nicholson, the 6'6" outside hitter who uses his height to get up and hammer that one home. And the words of one of my favorite Kanye West songs, he just about touched the sky on that one. And we're now knotted at 1, and that's going to be number 10, Shad Wilson, coming up with a big play right there. And Wabash now has a 2-1 lead. And we're hoping that things are going to be as exciting as they are starting out here, as these two teams have traded points back and forth here so far. Neither team has scored more than 1 in a row, and that trend is going to continue with Will Jack coming up and hammering home a big kill right there, the 6-foot outside hitter out of Nashville, Tennessee. And it's going to be, let's see, we've got a new player into the game here trying to get the number. Away it looks like Tupelo, it was Tupelo. And that is going to be Tang, I believe, coming up big right there. And it is now 3-2 in favor of the Little Giants. So number 10, Shad Wilson, now stepping up at the line. Let's see what he can do. And Wilson, a little bit too much sauce on that one. And it is now 3-3. Had a little bit too much elbow grease. Number 6, Brandon Rudder, the libero out of Chesterfield, Missouri, checking in for Wabash. And we've got a tie game here. Actually, excuse me. And it is going to be number 9, Zev Wolverton. The freshman outside hitter was giving him a hard time after the game, or not a hard time, but complimenting his hair after the game. Had to give him a shout out during the first one as the way he was moving around, leaping up, hammering them home. Almost maybe made you think maybe the dude made him a little bit aerodynamic, as he had quite a few big plays. And so Wabash now with 2 quick points to take a 5-3 lead. As he said, it's going to be number 4. Nope. Yes, number 4, Jack. Rally's still going. And let's see. And Wolverton had another great attack right there. And they will give him a kill, as the line judge had to go moving out of the way on that one. And still got it in the foot a little bit, but she is obviously okay. That one definitely had a little bit of juice on it. And there's an attack error from Warren Wilson. And Wabash now with a 7-3 lead. So Wabash coming into this one had a 3-1 win over Midway University. 3-2 win on Midway was actually on Wednesday. They knocked off Mount St. Joseph University on the 3rd, 3-2. And then they beat Wittenberg University 3-2 on the 17th of February. So winners of 3 of their last 5 going into this one. Or excuse me, winners of 3 of their last 6, as they had to forfeit to Bluefield University on Wednesday due to injury. And then, of course, they beat Averett earlier today. Meanwhile, and a great play there by libero, number 6, Rudder, but Rudder looks like he might have got his back on a chair coming down. He is up and moving, though. Definitely saw a little bit of pain on the face. Definitely saw a wince. We're glad to see he is up and moving. Meanwhile, Warren Wilson comes into this one. Losers of 4 of their last 5. Their last match was against Roanoke College over in North Carolina, down there by Asheville in the mountains. Lost 3-0. Then they, actually before that, they beat Milligan University out of Tennessee 3-0. Suffered a 3-0 loss to University of Rio Grande out of Ohio. And then suffered a 3-0 loss to Cumberland University out of Tennessee. And, of course, Warren Wilson has actually played Averett twice this year. Beat Averett the first time 3-2 in 5. And then the second time 3-0. And right now, Wabash is out to a 9-6 lead, as the Little Giants have outscored. They have outscored, Warren Wilson now 7-4 in the last few minutes to get to this point after the 2 teams traded points over the first 5 to lead to a 3-2 advantage. And so Wolverton with the serve, and Wolverton puts a little bit too much elbow grease behind that one. And it will go out of bounds. Warren Wilson with the serve, 10-7. So now you've got number 10, Mason Holler, checking into the game out of Salisbury, North Carolina. Not too far away from Danville. So 10-7 is the score. It's going to be number 11, Ian Nicholson. And that rally is going to end with the point going to Wabash. So number 10, Shad Wilson, checking into the game. Of course, Salisbury just right outside of Charlotte. About 2.5 hours from Danville. And so there's the serve from number 16, Will Bikes. There's the set over ball. It's going to be number 10, Wilson, and Wilson is going to pick himself up a kill. And it is now 12-7. Wabash looking to try to take the momentum in this one. Will Bikes at the line. Bikes, the junior setter out of Indianapolis, Indiana. And there's Bikes' serve, and I think Bikes thought that one had gone in. It looked close, but in the end, it did catch the south side of the boundary line. So number 14, Tobin Vinos, checking into the game for Warren Wilson, with Warren Wilson facing a 12-8 deficit, and Ryan Daly at the line. And earlier I said Daly was a libero. Of course, liberos do not serve in men's volleyball. And the number 3 libero, the number 3 Ricky Castillo, is a libero for for Warren Wilson. And number 11, Ian Nicholson, using a mixture of height and power to get himself into the scorebook once again, 13-9, as we now have a 4-point game. And time to take a beat to wipe a little sweat off the court. And now we are back to the action here. 4-point game with Nicholson at the line. Nicholson, a nice low serve that Wolverton did a good job there. And that is going to be Tang doing what Tang does best, hammering home a big kill right there. 14-9 is your score. Now let's take a look at some stats here for Tang, as he played a big role in the match against Averett and is already playing a role in this one against Warren Wilson. And we're going to try to refresh the page here. Unfortunately, the HTML stats not coming up right away from Wabash, but we're going to make this work somehow or another. And that one is going to go out, and that will result in a Wabash point. So offensively, Thang right now in 56 sets played, he's collected 231.5 points, 203 kills, an average of 3.63 per set. Right now, he also has 15 service aces. So not bad numbers for this young man at all. So 15-10 is your score. And it's going to be number 15 stepping up at the line for Warren Wilson. I believe it's number 15. We do not have a number or a name for him, so I'm going to make sure that I am seeing this correctly. So we're going to have number 10, Mason Holler, checking back into the game, as it is going to be number 10, Wilson, stepping back to serve. Wilson, 6'4". And a nice attack there by Nicholson. And that's going to result in a Nicholson kill. And it is now 16-11 as we're moving well past the midway point here of this first set. It's going to be number 6, Brandon Reuter, back into the game. I have some questions on the scorebook, it looks like, here real quick. Make sure that everything is right. We would like to take some time while we have a moment. Thank this Averett University sports information staff for its efforts during spring break. And number 9, Wolverton, hammers one home. And he says, who, me? And he's going to come through with another big point for Wabash, 17-11. So now let's take a look at some of his stats, as I'm sure he has definitely put them up here so far. And just like that, Warren Wilson is going to answer back. So Warren Wilson facing a 6-point deficit before that last one, of course. Get the kill to make it a 5-point set here. As Wolverton has appeared in 29 sets so far this year. It's 45.5 points. It's 39 kills coming in today. 6 service aces. And Wolverton is going to get charged with a service error on that one, as he put a little bit too much on that one. So that's 2 straight points, or 2 out of the 3 last points have gone to Warren Wilson, excuse me. Mason Holler checking back into the game. And you've got number 2, Ryan Daly, at the line. And Ryan Daly, a little bit too much on that, as he's going to get hit with a service error. And it's now a 19-13 game. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us here, we are approaching the end of the first set of this non-conference men's volleyball tri-match here at the Grant Center, featuring Warren Wilson and Wabash right now. But, of course, Averett will be concluding this one, and that is going to be number 11, Ian Nicholson, getting up. Getting some frequent flyer miles on that one with a big jump and a hammer home kill. It's going to be number 1, Evan Baker, checking into the game for Wabash. Meanwhile, number 14, Vinyos, back into the game for Warren Wilson. There's a serve coming in from Warren Wilson. The setup, number 10, trying to get a rally going and unable to do such, as Warren Wilson is going to pick up the point there. It is now a 20-14 game. 2014 set. That's one thing. It's always, and not that you're going to lose a job or anything over, but it's always, you got to settle in with volleyball and tennis and then golf and wrestling to say match instead of game. That is the more often used term than game in those sports. Of course, like I said, it's not a fireable offense. And oh wow, and what the rally from Warren Wilson, but it's going to be all for naught. It was a little breakdown in communication there from Warren Wilson, but they recover from it, but unable to get the return back into play. So 21-14 is now the score. Christopher Board. Board is going to set it up to number 16, Bikes, and that's going to be another point for Wabash, 22-14. Wabash trying to make it 4 straight sets with a win here at this tri-match. Number 13, Board. Ball is set. And, number 11, Nicholson. Sounded like there was some anger in that hit, as you could hear the grunt from all the way up here, and that ball will hit the court inbounds. And it is now a 7-point set, 22-15. He will go to the line again. It's going to be number 10, Wilson, with a nice touch there on the attack. And a great defensive play there by Wolverton. But nothing will come of it, as Bikes cannot get the ball back over. And that's going to make it a 6-point set, 22-16. Going to be number 11, Ian Nicholson. That ball is going to get over to Wolverton. And Tang does what he does best. Pumps up the sneakers, puts a little extra air into him, and gets up and hammers that one home. And 23-16, he now will go on the service line, trying to get this one to set point. Had a little bit of English on that serve. And that's going to be number 14, Vinyos, that's going to get hit with the attack error, and we are now at set point at 24-16. And here we go. See if Yang can send this one to the second with the Little Giants up by 1. And it's not going to be Tang that does it. It's going to be Shad Wilson. But either way, coming through with a big block there to wrap things up. And ladies and gentlemen, we are through the first set. We're going to give them a chance to switch sides, but Wabash with a 25-16 win and the first one to start things off. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but we'll be right back.
Averett University provides all you need for your future through learning that embraces all of your infinite potential. With flexible online and on-campus programs, affordable tuition, and over 50 majors and programs. Visit allaverett.com. Are you all in?
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the Grant Center as we have just gotten through the first set between Wabash and Warren Wilson. It was actually Wabash coming up with a 25-16 win in the first set. I want to take a look here at some of the leaders. First off, we've got Tang, no surprise here, 6 kills. Wilson with 4, Wolverton with 3, Bikes with 12 assists. Meanwhile, service aces, Tang and Wolverton with 1 apiece. And then dig-wise, you got Board and Wolverton with 2 apiece. I'm going to take a look at some of the leaders for Warren Wilson. We've got Ian Nicholson with 6, Will Jack with 4. Meanwhile, Ryan Daly Jr. with 10 assists for Warren Wilson. And on the defensive end, it's Ricky Castillo with 4 kills, or excuse me, 4 digs. Or no, 4 digs. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a while since I've done volleyball, so taking a little while to get back into the swing of things, but we will get there. And number 11, Ian Nicholson, gets that one over. Ball's pushed back. And Tang with a rare mistake right there. That's going to result in a Warren Wilson point and a 1-0 lead. Of course, after this one wraps up, we'll have about a 20-minute break, and that's going to be a service error on Warren Wilson. A couple players not too crazy about that call down there, as you could hear from up here. But the call has been made, and it's evened up at 1-1. It's going to be number 7, Tang, stepping up. See what he can do here. And Tang getting some height on that one, but a nice play there by libero Castillo. Castillo with the set. It's going to be number 11, Nicholson, with the overball. And that's going to be number 16, Bikes, with the set. Number 10, Wilson, with the attack. Nothing going, and Warren Wilson, number 11, Ian Nicholson, gets up and gets a little airtime. Is going to get himself a point to go along with it. And it is now 2-1 in favor of Warren Wilson, with Nicholson back at the line. Good serve set by Bikes. Wilson up, and Wilson with the kill on the assist by Bikes. Number 2, Ricky Daly Jr. slapping the court in frustration there. Felt like he should have had that one, but that was always going to be a tough play to make, so no need to beat himself up over it. So Daly and number 4, Jack. Now Wabash, and we're going to have a block error there. And it is now a 3-2 game in favor of Wabash. That is one game I do not miss statting volleyball. More than happy to sit up here and let. And there's an attack and kill from number 4, Will Jack. One of my favorite Led Zeppelin songs. There was a breakdown in communication. So number 6, Rudder coming in for Wabash. Meanwhile, number 15 coming in for Warren Wilson. Still trying to get a number for him. We don't have him on any of the official rosters. Let me see if maybe he's on the stat page here somewhere. Trying to see, maybe it's one of these things where maybe wears a different number when different jerseys. So it's going to be number 10, Holler, coming into the game. And number 15, actually, Christian Blackman. Sophomore out of Denver, Colorado. So on the opposite side of the country is Blackman, of course. And there is a kill from number 3, Castillo. No, excuse me, it was actually number 7, Tupelo. And we're going to have number 5, William Bush, come into the game, the freshman out of Statesville, North Carolina. Not too far from Warren Wilson. And there's a service error. Actually, uncle and cousins used to live down there. Spent a lot of time in Statesville. It's a very, very nice place. So number 9, Zev Wolverton, at the line now. And that one is going to split Warren Wilson right down the middle. And Wolverton's ace now makes it a 7-4 game. Or excuse me, 6-4 game. Wolverton once again with the serve. Warren Wilson a little more ready for it this time. And Wolverton, a nice defensive play on a nice attack there by Nicholson. And Board is there with a big block. And it is now 6-5 as Wabash trying to even this thing up. See if the Little Giants are able to do it. And that is going to be number 7, Tang. And Tang will get the Little Giants a point closer back at 7-6. And we're going to have, I believe it is number 10, Wilson, checking back into the game. Number 16, Bikes, at the line. So Bikes with the serve. It is met by number 11, Nicholson. And Nicholson gets up and makes a big play right there. And we now have a 7-6 ball game. So number 10, Holler, checking back into the game. It's been a fun one to watch so far here in the second set. And whoa, Tang. And I think we're going to have Warren Wilson player that touched the net, of course. We've got Daly Jr. that's nursing his thumb a little bit, it looks like. And we're going to take a timeout, it looks like, while he takes a look at his hand. And we're going to take the timeout with them. We'll be right back here on the Averett Sports Network, 8-6, Warren Wilson.
Is inclusive, encompassing, inspiring. Averett University provides all you need for a future you deserve through learning that embraces all of your infinite potential with flexible online and on-campus programs like our newest programs in entrepreneurship and psychology, with more coming soon. With affordable tuition and 24/7 support, it all leads to you becoming a catalyst for positive change. Visit allaverett.com. Averett University. Are you all in?
And excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here at the Grant Center. Daly had his hand checked out there. He is good to go. Looks like he just caught it the wrong way on the ball. It's an injury that is far from uncommon in this sport. And Daly showing that a quick bounce back there as he hammers home a nice attack, but just a little bit too much on it. 9-6 is now the score. You got Board back at the line looking to serve. He gets it over. Daly is going to set it up to number 11, Nicholson, and that is going to be Tang there. And Tang has been a force in this contest so far, or really in this whole entire competition for the Little Giants. 10-6 is now the score as you got Board back at the line. Would like to thank all of Averett's student workers for taking up time on their spring breaks, taking time away from their families, and even though many of them are still in season as we speak still, and that is going to be Tang. And I'm going to say Tang had a little bit too much on that one, and there's going to be a little bit of dissension. And it's going to be number 14, Vinos, checking in. A little bit of frustration on that call, but it was the right one as Tang just barely missed keeping it on that line. And Tang, another power hit, but lacking a little bit of control. And just like that, it's a 2-point swing in favor of Warren Wilson. And it's now a 10-8 contest with Daly Jr. at the line looking to serve. Delivers a right-handed piece. Board with the dig. He's going to get it over to number 16, Bikes. Bikes sets it for Wilson, who hammers it home. And that breaks the quick 2-0 run there from Warren Wilson and makes it an 11-8 game. 11-8 match. And Tang, and there's Daly, and it's going to be number 14, Vinos. Nice defensive play there by Board. Gets it over to number 9, Wolverton. And Wolverton is going to have the kill. And we have now officially reached the halfway point of the second set, 12-8 right now in favor of Wabash. And would like to thank Coach Baker's parents for alerting him that I had been pronouncing the school's name wrong. And that's going to be number 7, Tang. And now 13-8. He did relay the message to me, and I appreciate y'all letting me know. And if it makes you feel any better, during the men's lacrosse game the other day, I actually referred to Averett's opponent as the Black Adidas the whole time. And in reality, they were the Eagles. And Wolverton with the attack. And that's going to be number 4, Will Jack. Doing his best NBA impression right there as he leapfrogs the chairs down by the bench. And probably glad he did. I know his shins are definitely thanking him for that. And Tang, and that one is going to go right into the net. So 14-9 is now the score. Once again, we would like to thank you for tuning in here to the Averett Sports Network for these two today, and that's going to be a return error from Wabash. And it is making a 14-10 game. It's my first men's volleyball games over here at Averett. Of course, spent quite a bit of time doing the announcing for the women's volleyball team over here at Averett and my 3-year tenure. And that is going to be Tang coming through with the kill. 15-10. And of course, Averett University in its first year. And that is going to be Wolverton with the big kill. Averett in its first year of having a men's volleyball program. Nice attack there from Warren Wilson. And Tang, the kid can jump, ladies and gentlemen, and he's got a hammer attack as we've seen here so far today. 17-10 is now your score. Number 10, Wilson, Wolverton, excuse me. And that one is going to go out. So 17-10. And they're actually going to give that one to Warren Wilson. And it's going to be number 15, Blackman, back into the game for Warren Wilson. Take a look here at Jack's start. Warren Wilson's head coach, and Warren Wilson with another big point. 17-12 is your score. And we're trying to get a bio for the gentleman, but having trouble bringing one up. All I'm seeing is advertisements for Arrest Records website. And we definitely do not want that, but so 18-12 is the score. Warren Wilson will take on Averett after this. Meanwhile, Wabash will conclude its stay in this tournament. And it's going to be number 5. Checking in for Warren Wilson, William Bush out of Statesville, North Carolina. Got to give Bush some credit. Was down there in between sets and trying to help out a little bit, shag some balls for him and try to keep him off the court, keep him out of the way where nobody's going to fall over him and get hurt. And Wabash is going to get charged with an error right there. And that's going to pull the Owls within 4 at 18-14. But Bush, very appreciative, very polite young man. So a big shout out to him. Board is going to get that one over to Castillo. And that is going to be number 11, Nicholson. And Nicholson using every bit of that 6'6" frame to get up there and make a big play. And Wolverton with a big attack and a kill. And it's 19-15. Once again, would just like to thank you all for tuning into this one today. And hopefully you are finding everything satisfactory, whether you're watching here on the broadcast or you're just following along with the live stats. We would like to say thank you for being here with us today. And Tang cannot get that one over the net. And it is now a 4-point game, so the Owls looking to try to even things up and are refusing to roll over. Facing the Tang. And man, I tell you one thing, that kid, he's got a future ahead of him. 21-16. As just a freshman, I look for him to break some records in his 4 years as a little giant. And number 11, Nicholson, cannot get that one to fall. Point will go to Wabash, 22-16. Is now the score. And Tang showing he can play a little bit defense right there too. As he's up at the net. And we are going to have a timeout. Stark wants a chance to regroup. We are going to take it with him here on the Averett Sports Network. Wabash holding a 23-16 lead.
Averett University provides all you need for your future through learning that embraces all of your infinite potential. With flexible online and on-campus programs, affordable tuition, and over 50 majors and programs. Visit allaverett.com. Are you all in?
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. A little bit of Naughty by Nature, Hip Hop Parade playing there in the background before coming back for break. Taking me back to 12 years old in the days of high school pizza and chocolate milk in the cafeteria. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you were watching that first game, if you're a Wabash fan and you were watching that first game, you know I'm a fan of corny references. Makes the broadcast more fun and more fun to do and hopefully a little more enjoyable for y'all. And what's enjoyable for and Warren Wilson will. Number 11, Ian Nicholson, once again getting up and making a big offensive play. Thought at first that maybe the point had gone to Wabash, but so Tang, woo! He had some hot sauce on that one, and William Bush does a good job to even get in front of that one, and that's going to be number 10, Wilson. Like I said, Tang, just a freshman. So if he can stay healthy all 4 years, just imagine the things that he can do. And Wabash has now got it to set point. Looking to try to make it 6 straight sets in a row. And that is exactly what they will do as Bikes comes through with a big block. So the Little Giants take the second one 25-18. We are going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll have all the action from the third set here on the Averett Sports Network. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome back as we have just wrapped up the second set of this second non-conference tri-match, men's volleyball tri-match between, between Wabash College and Warren Wilson. So we're going to take a look at some of the leaders for the second set. No surprise here as it was Tang, 11 kills, Wolverton with 9, Wilson with 7. Meanwhile, dig-wise, Board came up with 6. Wolverton came up with 7. Baker with 3. Service aces, Tang and Wolverton with a pair apiece. Meanwhile, for Warren Wilson, it was Ian Nicholson with 11. Will Jack with 6. Meanwhile, Ryan Daly Jr., 16 assists. And by the way, Will Bikes with 26 for Wabash in that frame. And right now it is Ricky Castillo and Ryan Daly Jr. Castillo with 6 digs, Daly Jr. with 4 so far. So we're going to see what happens here in the third one. Wabash obviously looking to go ahead and finish this one off in 3 to make it a perfect 6-0 on the weekend. Meanwhile, Warren Wilson looking to try to force that fourth set. I want to take a look here. See how many sets that Wabash just lost altogether this year. It hasn't been many. Lost 21 sets so far this year in 17 games, 17 matches. Of course, they have sweeps, They have sweeps against Rockford University, Concordia University of Chicago, Edgewood College, Wisconsin Lutheran College, Illinois Wesleyan University, and then, of course, Averett earlier today, and they're looking to make it another one here against Warren Wilson. Meanwhile, Warren Wilson, get their schedule up here. They have sweeps against Appalachian State University. They also have a sweep against Averett earlier in the year. Have sweep against Milligan. And it said 5-7 are the Owls, and that is going to be Tang coming through there with a attempt on an attack. Does not fall, and so Wabash with a quick 3 points here to start things off and take a 3-0 lead. So Board at the line. He's going to get the serve over Daly Jr. And that is going to be number 4, Will Jack. Ball is pushed over Board. Bikes. Number 10, Wilson. And that is going to be Wolverton. And Tang coming up big on the blocking end as he and I would go ahead and give it to Wilson. It looked like he was up there too. The two of them coming through with a big block. So Christopher Board. So 4-0 is the score. Board is going to get that one over. Daly with the set. Nice touch there by Vinos. And Wolverton, is going to pick himself up another kill. And it is now a 5-0 game. 5-0 match. Like we said, ladies and gentlemen, we really, really appreciate you guys joining in on this one. And there is a service ace by number 9, Wolverton. And it is now 6-0. So Board is going to send a line drive over. And that is going to be number 11, Ian Nicholson. Hammering home his attempt right there. It is now 6-1. And that is going to be Tang. And Tang, kid, is going to be a problem for the Little Giants' opponents moving forward from this point on. He's only a freshman, and doing some of the things that he's been able to do here so far, just think about what the kid can do. You give him another 3 years. And that's going to be number 10, Holler. Holler cannot keep it in bounds, and it is now 8-1. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure it's going to be roughly, I would say, about 20 to 30 minutes after the conclusion of this game. We will have Averett and Warren Wilson concluding things. And so Tang just puts a little bit too much on that one, a few too many RPMs. And it is now 8-2 after that service error. And we are back And so that is going to be number 15, of course. Taking a look here. Averett after this one. They will have Warren Wilson coming in here at 3 p.m. today, but then they will take on Roanoke College and Virginia Wesleyan, then North Park, then Randolph, and then Roanoke College to conclude things. So got 6 matches left. And so Wilson with the serve and put a little bit too much boogaloo on that one. And so Wabash, and we're going to have number 6, Rudder, checking back into the game. So Wabash got off to an 8-1 lead. Since then, Warren Wilson has scored 3 out of the last 4, now 3 out of the last 5. Now have a 10-4 contest. And that's going to be a service ace for number 17. As it is now 11-4. Excuse me, it looks like it actually might have been a service ace for Baker. Oh, and number 4, Will Jack, got up there, had some ups himself, and came through with a big play to make an 11-5 contest. So Wabash out of Crawfordsville, Indiana, founded in 1832 by Dartmouth College graduates. Enrolls currently 900 students. $20,000 a year after aid. It's got a graduation rate of 74%. This basketball team is actually playing in the NCAA tournament right now. So we wish them good luck. Meanwhile, you got Owen Wilson, or Warren Wilson. Warren Wilson coming out of Swanago, North Carolina. Known for its, and that is going to be a Warren Wilson point right there. You're looking at about 718 students coming out. And there's the serve over. Approximately about a 2-hour trip, Warren Wilson is, from Charlotte. 12-8 is your score, by the way. And so that is going to be number 9, Wolverton. And it's going to be number 11, Nicholson. And that's going to be number 6, Rudder. And that's going to be number 11, Nicholson. And Nicholson cannot find the inbound marker there. And it is now 13-8. As we now hit the midway point of this third set. And there's going to be a service error coming from the Little Giants. It is now a 4-point contest. It's a rally going. Tang, and Tang gets that one at the feet. What a play there by Castillo. As he got down and made a great, no, excuse me, that was actually Tupelo. And so we're going to have number 10, Wilson, coming into the game. So we were talking about the men's basketball team of 20-9. Of course, and we're seeing here that they just lost last week, excuse me. in the first round. And that one is going to be out. Wabash point, 15-9. Still impressive stay there. They were the North Coast Athletic Conference champions, men's basketball team that is. And it's going to be number 11, Nicholson, trying to get up. And we're going to have a little communication breakdown there, and it's 15-10. As it's going to be number 14, Tobin Vinos, checking back into the game for the Owls. And Daly Jr. with a nice serve. That board is there to field. And number 7, Tang, got up. And we've got a little bit of a miscue on that one. 16-10 is your score now. And that one is going to go out of bounds. So Wabash, after this one, after concluding their stay here, they've got a MC Via. They've got a conference matchup against Calvin University on the 15th of March. They follow that very next day with another conference match, and there's going to be a Warren Wilson point, and it is now a 6-point game. Tryon University. Then they'll have to go to Fontbonne University out of St. Louis. On the 22nd, they'll take on University of Mount Union from there on the 29th. And then from there, they'll have a series of conference games before concluding things here. So it's about a 9.5 hour trip from Crawfordsville to Danville here for the Wabash Little Giants. And now you're starting to see some of Averett student section trickle in a little bit. After really not seeing a ton of people here for the first match. Of course, that first match was at 11 o'clock. It is on a Saturday. And so you might have had some folks still sleeping. So coming back out of the timeout, 17-11 is the score. And it's going to be number 11, Nicholson. There's the overball from Wabash. And it's going to be number 4, Will Jack, coming up with a big kill right there. And 17-12, and still very much anybody's match. As Warren Wilson just needs a 1 win to stay alive, force that 4th set. So the overball. Of course, the Fighting Giants, or Little Giants, excuse me. And Tang with another big play right there. Of course, the Little Giants will be looking to finish this one off now. Get this one over with and get on back to making the trip home. Or back to the hotel, either one. And there's a big play at the net by number 1, Baker. Comes up and makes a big play right there. Hometown kid in Baker for the most part, hailing from Indianapolis. Looking about a 51-minute trip from Indianapolis, the home of the NCAA. There's a point from the Little Giants. And you're going to have number 7, Tupelo, back in the game. Tupelo, the 6'5 junior out of Charlottesville, Virginia, went to Monticello High School. Once again, if you were with us earlier, and Blackman almost snuck that one over. Unable to do so, though, and it is now 20-13. But if you had joined us earlier, let's mention the fact of having a lot of family. My mom was from Louisa County, was from the Charlottesville area. Lived up there until she decided to come down here and go to Averett. And ended up in Danville. Quite familiar with the Charlottesville area, and there's a block error. And it is now 20-15 as we're going to see number 6, Rudder, come back into the game, or Reuter, back into the game. Meanwhile, we've got number 5, Bush, checking in. A lot of ties here, though, to Charlottesville, as the baseball coach, Kenny Fleming, is also from Louisa County. And there's another big defensive play by number 7, Tupelo, but cannot get the ball to stay in bounds. And we now got a 21-14 ball game. And I'm trying to tell if that's the air conditioning we're listening to right now coming through Grant Center, or if that is the rain that has been falling all day. Wolverton trying to come up with the attack. It's going to be number 4, Jack. And Jack is going to finish that one. So 21-15. Mentioned earlier, Warren Wilson from no way, by no shape or means, out of this contest. And Tang with another big play right there. That kid has just been on fire. I think if we were going to pick a player of this little tri-tournament, little tri-match, it would definitely have to go to Tang so far, as he has just been a difference maker. Him along with Wolverton. And Tang Shoney's got a little bit of touch too, but actually it looked like that was going to go to Warren Wilson. But it will go to Wabash. 23-15 is your score. Make sure, like I said, keep it locked here, Averett fans, and that is going to be number 11, Ian Nicholson, that sends Wabash's defense scrambling for its life, as he had some heat on that one. Reminded me of the video game back from the early 2000s called NBA Streets basketball game, where the players heated up whenever they made a big play, and he had some heat on that. And speaking of heat, Tang coming through with another big kill, and that's going to get us to match point. So we're going to see Ken Bikes in this one, the junior out of Indianapolis, Indiana. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so Warren Wilson is going to stay alive with that one. So Warren Wilson with Wabash with 6 kids from Indianapolis, as we're going to have number 14, Vinyos, checking into the game. And that's going to be Ryan Daly Jr. coming up with a service ace on what would have been the game. But sometimes your reflexes kick in, and there's going to be a serve in the net, and that's going to do it here, as Wabash is going to conclude its stay in this tri-match with a perfect 6-0 record with a 25-18 win So Averett is going to be taking on Warren Wilson here in a few minutes. We will have Senior Day ceremonies before the match, which will honor the Cougars as 3 seniors in Bonenkamp, Barber, and Cancro. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, Wabash 3-0 over Warren Wilson. Keep it locked here as we're going to conclude today's non-conference tri-match here in a few minutes with Averett versus Warren Wilson. Keep it locked. Come back in about 34 minutes and 51 seconds. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back one more time to the Grant Center here at Averett University North Campus in Danville, Virginia, as we are just moments away from the start of the finale of today's non-conference men's volleyball tri-match between the Owls of Warren Wilson and your Averett University Cougars. We're going to take a look here. We're going to start off by honoring the Averett University men's seniors. Fun fact, this is actually the first senior class. This is first year of Averett's program. First senior is going to be number 6, Philip Bonenkamp. Then he will also tennis player is Bonenkamp. Then we also have number 7, Aiden Barber. And then number 12, Daniel Cancro. And we're actually going to turn this over to Drew Wilson, who's on the PA mic right now. He's got a little bit more information on these young men than I do, so we're going to go ahead and turn it over to him real quick. And ladies and gentlemen, that was the inaugural Averett University men's volleyball senior class right there. We'd like to congratulate those 3 young men and wish them the best of luck in the future. And now it's time to get back to the action here, which, fun fact, just actually found this out in between games. Warren Wilson also in its inaugural season of men's volleyball. So you've got 2 teams here that are just getting their volleyball program started, and exciting news right there. So we're going to take a look here. Of course, these 2 teams have met a couple of times this year. The first time coming on January 25th, Warren Wilson squeaked out a 3-2 win over Averett here in Danville at the Grant Center. Flash forward a couple of weeks later, and the Cougars made the trip down to Asheville for a non-conference showdown against the Owls, where the Cougars lost 3-0 in that one. So we'll see what's going to develop here. The Cougars looking for their first win this season. First win in program history, really. And we'll see if they can do it. So now we're going to take a look here at the starting lineup for both teams. First off, we've got number 2, Ryan Daly. Next up is number 3, libero Ricky Castillo. He'll be backed up by number 4, outside hitter Will Jack. Then coming in, you got number 7, Jonah Tupelo, the 6'5" junior out of Charlottesville. Then number 10, Mason Holler out of Salisbury, North Carolina. Then you've got number 11, Ian Nicholson. And number 14, Tobin Vinos will round out the starting 7 for the Owls. Meanwhile, for your Averett University Cougars, we've got number 2, Anibal Lopez. Number 3, Noah Kanishiro Pate. Number 4, Finn Oakley. Number 6, Philip Bonnekamp. Number 8, Dominic Jenkins. Number 11, Daniel Files. And number 12, Daniel Cancro. Cougars are coached by Olivia Earls in her first season. And so now that we've got these starting lineups out of the way, we're going to go ahead and rock and roll here as we are getting ready for this one. Averett looking for its first win as a program, 0-11, coming off that 3-0 loss to Wabash early on. Meanwhile, Warren Wilson coming off a 3-0 loss to Wabash. And so we're going to see what transpires here. As we are getting close to the end of our afternoon here in Danville. If you are a fan of Averett University sports, which, let's face it, if you are tuned in to this game today, you probably are. I'm going to take a look at some of the upcoming events. Got baseball, which is taking on Washington and Lee tomorrow. The game was actually pushed back due to rain today. It was supposed to be played today, but postponed. It's actually going to be up there on the road in ODAC action. Also, we've got softball, which will take the field again. We'll take the diamond again. Give me a second here. And we're off here. Averett on the defensive end starting off early. There is a attack error early on, and it's 1-0 game. So the Triangle Softball Classic, that's where the Cougars were supposed to be this weekend. Of course, bad weather has postponed that, and they will now be playing at William Peace University on March 15th. And what used to be a USA South doubleheader, and the Cougars are going to even things up at 1 thanks to Oakley's kill. So Barber coming into the game for the Cougars. The senior out of Charlottesville, Virginia. There's an attack coming in from Warren Wilson. Nice defensive play from the Cougars. And that's going to be number 11, Felix. And that's going to be number 11, Ian Nicholson. Dropping that one in there to give Warren Wilson the quick 2-1 lead. So as we said, the first time these two teams met, it was a thriller with the game ending Warren Wilson on top 3-2. And then Warren Wilson, and that's going to be number 12, Daniel Cancro. He's going to knot this one up at 2 apiece. And we're going to have number 8, Dominic Jenkins, checking into the game for the Cougars. And we're going to have number 11, Daniel Felix. Good job there on the rally from the Cougars, but 1 2-minute touches. And that is going to be a point for the Owls, as we are going to have number 15, Blackman, checking into the game. And we're going to have number 7, Tupelo, checking into the game for the Owls, who currently hold a 3-2 lead here in the open set. Blackman, and a great play there by Kanishiro Pate. But it will be for nothing as Will Jack gets up and makes a big play right there to make it a 4-2 contest. So for those of you that are fans of Averett, you know that Earls is the women's volleyball coach. Bonnekamp with the light touch there is going to get it over to Lopez. Lopez over to number 12, Cancro. That ball is pushed over by Cancro. Warren Wilson on the return. It is going to be number 11, Nicholson. And Nicholson's going to get the kill to make it a 5-2 contest. So, ladies and gentlemen, we would really like to thank you for tuning in here for this whole entire tri-match here tonight. And that is going to be Blackman once again with the serve. Bonnekamp gets that one over. Bonnekamp. Kashirio Pate. And it's going to be number 11, Nicholson, hammering that home, and it is now a 6-2 ball game. So Kanishiro Pate, the freshman out of Hawaii, 6-2 is your score in favor of Warren Wilson. Pate gets it over to Bonnekamp. And Warren Wilson unable to get the ball back over. And it's going to make it a 6-3 contest now. And we're going to have number 17, Giafoni, checking into the game. He will come in for Bonnekamp. Meanwhile, we've got Castillo and number 10, Holler, checking into the game for Warren Wilson. Both of these teams in their first years of existence. So an exciting time for fans of both of these programs. And there was a nice block attempt there by Cancro, but it will go out of bounds, and 7-3 is your score now. So we're going to have number 5, Bush, checking back into the game. And I would like to thank you guys for tuning in with us, staying here with us today. Kanishiro Pate, Castillo, Ryan Daly, number 17, Giafuni. Ball rolls over the net, keeps it alive. There's the attack. Nice defensive play there by number 7, Barber. Ball is set once again. Jenkins there to make a nice play, but Warren Wilson keeps things alive. So Jenkins pushes that ball over. It's another set. That's going to be number 7, Tupelo. And number 7, Tupelo is going to come through with the attack and kill. And 8-3 is the score. And that's going to be a service ace for number 5, William Bush, to make it a 9-3 contest. And so Earls is going to take a timeout. We're going to take it with him here on the Averett Sports Network. We'll be back in just a flash, though.
20,000 on the beat.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the Grant Center as we are about ready to get things started once again. Warren Wilson holding a 9-3 lead. There's the set from number 2, Daly. There's a chance from Jack, and Jack is going to get the Cougars, or excuse me, get the Owls another point into double digits at 10-3. And Earls definitely has her hands full with both teams. Was talking with her about that at the in-between matches here today. Never easy coaching one team, much less you put two in there, and it gets really interesting, especially with one of them being a completely new program. And Warren Wilson is out to an 11-3 lead so far. There has been potential shown, though, here as Kanishiro Pate is going to get one, and that one just about ends up in the concession stand. I think they would have probably had to throw out any popcorn if that ball had gone into the popcorn. So there's a serve from the Cougars. A little breakdown in communication there, but Cougars do recover. Oakley. And a nice diving play there. And that's going to be Lopez calling off Kanishiro Pate. Lopez, Pate. And Pate's going to have the point. 11-5 is our score now. And Averett coming through with a big point, as I believe that was number 8, Jenkins. Got caught checking stats there just for a second and ends up biting me in the butt. As it often does when you take your eyes off the prize sometimes. And that one is going to go out. And number 11, Nicholson tried to get that one over, unable to do so, though, so the point will go to Averett. And it is now a 12-7 contest. And once again, Warren Wilson coming up with the point. Trying to get some stats up here for you. Having some problems with the internet. Bowenkamp coming back into the game for the Cougars. Pate at the line. Mishiro Pate at the line. He's going to get off his serve. But there's a little bit of lack of communication there between Cancro and Lopez. And that's going to result in a Warren Wilson point. Number 14, Vignos checking into the game for Warren Wilson. 14-8 is the score. There's the serve. And that one falls just outside. So we now got a 14-9 contest. talking about Earls earlier, and one of the big things I'm sure that she might run into is the difference between coaching guys and girls. And we've got a little bit of a questionable call there on the court, as it looked like that one had gone out of bounds, thus giving Averett the point, but the referee will rule that it stayed in bounds, making it a 15-9 game. So it's going to be number 11, Felice. And that's going to be a nice block there from number 11, Felice. And we've got number 8, Jenkins, checking back into the game. Nice serve right there. And just notice Warren Wilson only with 3 substitutes. Cougars with 4, so not like the Cougars have a ton more, but still playing with very short rosters. That ball is sent over. And wow, number 11, Ian Nicholson, gets up there and hammers that sucker home. Little doubt about that one. 16-10 is now the score. And it's been a busy afternoon here at the Grant Center, a rainy day. Kanisha Opate gets it over to Bonenkamp. And Bonenkamp, that one is going to go out. Bonenkamp, one of the Cougars' 3 seniors, also a men's tennis player. And one thing that you got to give Earls credit on, it's never an easy thing walking the halls, trying to pick up players at any level, but especially to do it at D3. And wow, number 12, Cankro, came through with a monster serve or a monster attack right there. That's going to result in a point, so it's going to be number 10, Holler, checking back into the game for Warren Wilson. And that's going to be number 7, Tupelo, making a big play there for the Owls and giving them an 18-11 lead. See Jack Stark happy with that attack down there, but also giving a few little pointers. And so we're going to have number 4, Oakley, checking into the game for the Cougars. 18-12 is now the score. You got number 2, Lopez, or no, excuse me, number 12, Cankro, back to serve. Cankro gets it over. This the over ball. Kanishiro Pate. And that was going to be number 12, Cankro, making a nice diving effort, but unable to get anything rolling with it, as the point will go to Warren Wilson, and it is now 19-12. And number 4, Oakley, coming through with a big attack and kill for the Cougars. And number 8, Jenkins. Just set, and Kanishiro Pate. Nice defensive play there from the Cougars. And that serve is going to go into the net, or that attack will go into the net. That makes it a 5-point set right now. 19-14. That one gets over. There's the set. And point goes to Warren Wilson at 20-14. And Cougars are going to pick up a point on that one. Buncombe back in the game. An attack error there by the Cougars is going to result in a point for Warren Wilson and a 21-15 lead. And there's a block coming in from number 10, Holler. And it is now 22-15. We will have stats for you in between sets. And so Averett is going to keep the back and forth going as Warren Wilson will give the Cougars a point on an attack error. Number 7, Aiden Barber, checking back into the game for the Cougars. And he will go straight back and serve. The ball is going to get across. Nice serve. And number 12, Cancro, not only showing a ton of power right there, but great instinct as he really got up there and timed that one beautifully for the big defensive stop. And that attack from number 11, Nicholson, is going to go wide. So 22-18 is now the score. And once again, another Warren Wilson miscue as number 10, Mason Holler, out of Salisbury, North Carolina, down near Charlotte, cannot get his attack to fall in. 22-19. And Averett getting back into this contest, and that's going to be number 11, Ian Nicholson, picking up the point on that one. And we are now at 23-11. And that's going to be a violation there on Cancro as he hit the net. Coming overhand, went over the net. So 24-19, set point. Averett's going to take a timeout. We're actually going to stay with you here on the Averett Sports Network just for another minute or so since we are so close to the end of this set. So Warren Wilson looking for its first win of the afternoon of its stay here in the tournament. 1 point away from doing such. Averett also looking for its first win of this tri-match. 24-19 is the score. And of course, this is the concluding day. We will wrap everything up here after this one tonight, which I know no doubt Drew Wilson and his staff will be more than happy to see come to a close, giving them a little bit of a break. As this job can, anything in sports really can get to be much on you sometimes, especially trying to keep such a crazy schedule. And there's the serve. Well, it is going to be over. And a nice block there, nice block attempt by number 12, Cancro, but it's going to result in a kill and a Warren Wilson win in the first set. So Warren Wilson, 25, Averett 19 in the first one. We move to the second set here in just a few minutes in Danville. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the Grand Center as we're about ready to start the second set. It was Warren Wilson coming out victorious in the first one. Oh, and man, number 10, Holler really put a little something extra on that. Looked like he might have tweaked his shoulder a little bit. He does seem like he's okay, though, so we're glad to see that. And so a service error will result in Averett's first point of the set. So we've got number 7, Aiden Barber, checking into the game. And he will go right back to the line right away and serve. And it's going to be number 12, Kankro. Kanishiro Pate. Bonenkamp. Number 4, Jack. Kanishiro Pate. Number 12, Kankro. Number 2, Daly Jr. He will pass it over to number 11, Nicholson, who Nicholson tries to hammer home a kill. Unable to do it, though, and Averett will take its first lead at 2-1. Earl's having a quick word with Kanishiro Pate down there. So number 14, Vinos, with a nice attack. Averett ready for it on the defensive end, though. And number 11, Nicholson, with another nice attack. Averett's defense ready for that once again, but not able to get the return across. And things are now knotted at 2 apiece. Can't say it. I know I've said it a bunch of times, but I can't say it enough. Thank you so much for tuning in to today's game. We really appreciate it. And Bonenkamp tries to push it over. Nice defensive play there by Warren Wilson. So that's going to be number 11, Felix. And that's going to be number 12, Kankro. And Kankro a little bit too much on that one. And it is now a 3-2 ball game. Had a lot of fun over here today. It's been nice being back over. Always nice being in the Grant Center. Also getting to take part in this historic first season for not only Averett, but also Warren Wilson, as both programs are in their first years of existence. Kanishiro Pate, and just a little bit of unlucky timing on that one will result in a Warren Wilson point, and it is now 4-2. There's a serve coming over, and that had too much on it. Serve will go out of bounds, give the point to the Cougars. It is now 4-3. Have seen a lot of positives out of Averett here today. They do have the potential there to be a good program. And a little breakdown in communication there will result in a point for Warren Wilson. Number 2, Lopez, coming into the game. Volleyball was one of the very few sports I was actually halfway decent at, and it is quite the game to play, and it's a fun one to watch as well. And there's a service ace from number 11, Nicholson. And it is now 6-3 as we're going to see number 12, Kankro, come into the game. Ball is sent over. And it's going to be number 12, Kankro. And Kankro is going to finish one home, and it's now a 6-4 ball game. And it's going to be number 17, Giafuni coming into the game. Six to 4 is the score. Nice return there, Kenichiro Pate. And number 4, Will Jack. That's going to have him a shot and a kill right there. And will now push the lead to 7 to 4. Looked like a little bit of attempted crip walking there from the Warren Wilson bench. Or not Warren Wilson bench, but Warren Wilson players. And there's a service error. 7 to 5 now. Of course, we can't condone gang activity on here, but you still gotta love to see the spirit. So number 4, Finn Oakley, checking in now for the Cougars, as number 12, Cankro, will serve. And the serve will go out of bounds, 8 to 5. And so Averett's going to come through with one of its own right there. And now 8 to 6 is the score. And there's an attack error from the Cougars. Point goes to the Owls, 9 to 6. Lopez back into the game. Ball is pushed over Kenichiro Pate. Over to Oakley, and Oakley has got himself a kill, and it's now a 2-point ball game. As Bonenkamp comes back into the game. Meanwhile, you've got number 5, William Bush, checking back in. Averett looking for the first win in program history here. 11. Ian Nichols with the kill, 10 to 7. It's 14. Vinos into the game, and you got to give credit to Averett Athletic Director, Averett Athletic Director Meg Stevens, Averett President Tiffany Franks, Athletic Assistant Director Emma Olson. All have done a great job of trying to expand this Averett program, get different sports in here. Number 7, Barber, checking in, which they have done. You've got women's golf, which is in its second year of existence. You also have men's volleyball in its first year of existence. You have indoor track and field, which I believe is in year number 2. And that's going to be number 12, Cankro, coming down with a big kill. And that's going to pull the Cougars within 1. Approaching the midway point of this second set. And that is going to be a kill there by number 12, Daniel Cankro. And ladies and gentlemen, we are knotted up here at 10 apiece. It's a serve, set. There's the attack, and that's going to be number 11, Ian Nicholson. And it is now 11 to 10. Cougars had knotted this thing up. Warren Wilson comes back. I keep wanting to say Owen Wilson. I'm surprised I haven't said it yet, as he is one of my favorite actors. And chances are I might say it at least once before it's all said and done. So there's a serve, and that one is in the net. And once again, we've got an 11-11 ball game. So we got number 8, Jenkins, checking in here. There's the serve from number 11, Felix. And there's an attack error on the Owls. And Averett now with a 12-11 lead. The Cougars have led by 1 a couple of times in this match, only to have Warren Wilson come back. But let's see if Averett can hold on to this one and guarantee at least 4 sets. And that's going to be an attack error by Vinos. So 13-11 as we are now midway through things here. And it's looking like we could possibly be facing a 4th set if things continue. Ball is over by the Cougars. And it's going to be number 4. Will Jack delivers an attack that goes off a Averett defender's hands and out of bounds for a point. Lopez back into the game for Averett. Meanwhile, number 15, Blackman, into the game for Warren Wilson, where he will serve. And he's going to have a service error on that one. And Averett takes its biggest lead of the match at 14-12. And so we're going to have number 10, Holler, come into the game. Trying to see Averett with the new player in as well. I believe it is number 17, Jafuni. And that one is going to go into the net. So that's going to get the Owls back within 1 at 14-13. All around here today, we are approaching 5 hours on this tournament. 14-13. It's going to be number 5, Bush. Ball is sent over by Kanishiro Pate. It's another attack. A nice defensive play there. Kanishiro Pate. And Kanishiro Pate is going to get himself a point right there. And 15-13, as number 4, Finn Oakley, is going to check back in. He will check back in for the Cougars, who have matched their biggest lead of the night at 2. Let's see if they can keep that momentum rolling. And Oakley gets up there, and a great attack from Oakley. Just a little bit unlucky as he's unable to keep that one in bounds, and it's now 15-14. There's a serve from Warren Wilson. Kanishiro Pate, and Kanishiro Pate's going to find pay dirt. He's going to find some paint on that one after all. And it is now a 15-15 game. It's number 11. Felice checks into the game, or excuse me, 16-14 Averett. And number 4, Oakley, gets up there, sees an open spot in the court, hammers it home, 17-14. So you got Jenkins. And there's an attack error. And now 18-14. And Warren Wilson is going to stop its bleeding a little bit with a kill right there. 18-15 as Lopez is going to check back into the game. Meanwhile, number 10, Holler, back into the game as well for Warren Wilson. This Warren Wilson now has its taller rotation on the court right now. And Oakley with an attack error on that is going to make it 18-16. The ball is pushed over. And just like that, number 11, Daniel Felix, 19-16 on the attack. And that's going to be a miscue on the Cougars' part, 19-17. As we mentioned, the first time these two teams met, they ended up going to 5 sets. And Averett with a miscue there for the second straight point for Warren Wilson. That's going to prompt a timeout. We'll be right back on the Averett Sports Network.
Averett University provides all you need for your future through learning that embraces all of your infinite potential. With flexible online and on-campus programs, affordable tuition, and over 50 majors and programs. Visit allaverett.com. Are you all in?
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the Grant Center. 19-18 in favor of your Cougars. And 19-19 as Bowenkamp can't find a nice attack on it, but just a little bit too much. And a nice recovery there, but too many touches. And just like that, Warren Wilson has pushed back in front, 20-19. And big play right there by Oakley to even this thing back up at 20. Getting down to the nitty-gritty here. It's been a heck of a match so far. Nice defensive play. Cougars settling in a little bit more on the communication end. Hoping to keep it going. Ball is pushed over. There's the set. The attack by number 14, Vinos. And it is now 21-20 in favor of Warren Wilson. So kudos to these two coaches, Olivia Earls and Jack Stark, for taking over first-year programs And there's a attack error. And this one is now knotted up at 21 apiece. But both of these coaches taking over first-year programs, never an easy thing to do. Always a daunting task, but both of them have stepped up and are leading their respective squads. And leading in a good matchup here is number 10, Holler, comes up with a big defensive play there to make it 22-21 in favor of Warren Wilson. So Averett's going to take a timeout here on the court. We're going to take it with them. 22-21. We'll be back in a flash.
Is inclusive, encompassing, inspiring. Averett University provides all you need for a future you deserve through learning that embraces all of your infinite potential with flexible online and on-campus programs, like our newest programs in entrepreneurship and psychology, with more coming soon, with affordable tuition and 24/7 support. It all leads to you becoming a catalyst for positive change. Visit allaverett.com. Averett University. Are you all in?
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. If you're just joining us, 22-21 was the score in favor of Warren Wilson, but a service error on that one will now knot things up at 22-22 as Diego Jafuni comes into the game. Looking to serve and get the Cougars closer to set point and possibly evening this thing up at 1-1. Oakley, a nice play back there on the defensive end by Holler to stop a terrific attack by Oakley. Thought for sure that was a point, and number 12, Daniel Cankro makes sure of that one. 23-22. Cougars just need one more point to get this one on the verge, to get this one at set point. And we're going to have a kill on that one. So set point now, 24-22. And that's going to be number 4, Jack, coming through with a nice attack there at Nashville, Tennessee. So 24-23, still set point. But the Owls with a chance to tie and force extra points as Bush steps up to the line. And Bush's serve does not find the inbounds. And so Averett is going to take the second set, 25-23. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a set 4 after all. But before we go to that, we got to get to set 3, which we will do when we get back here on the Averett Sports Network. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the Grant Center, where the Averett men's team has just knocked off Warren Wilson 25-23 in the second set. We now move into the third. We're going to take a look here at some stats. Right now, Ian Nicholson, 11 kills so far. Also, Will Jack with 7. Ryan Daly Jr. with 3. Ryan Daly Jr. also with 19 assists. Dig-wise, Ricky Castillo with 10. Ryan Daly Jr. with 6. Meanwhile, for the Cougars, Finn Oakley with 7 kills. Kanishiro Pate with 5. And Daniel Cancro with 6. I will get it right. Dig-wise, we got Lopez with 12. Kanishiro Pate with 10. Daniel Cancro with 9. So got some players flirting with double-doubles here so far for both sides. So we'll see what's going to happen. So we're going to have number 7, Aiden Barber, check into the game. 1-0 Averett right now. Bonacomp. Lopez. Kanishiro Pate. Nice rally going back and forth here between these two teams. Bonacomp, and Bonacomp's going to drop it down. And Averett has gotten off the first 2 points to take a 2-0 lead. And of course, anybody that spends any kind of time around volleyball knows how rare it is. We had 2 3-0 games so far, and knows how rare getting 3 3-0 games in a row is. And Averett will make sure that does not happen, or Averett made sure that did not happen. And now the Cougars are looking to go up 2-1. They currently lead this set 2-1. They're looking to lead the whole shebang 2-1. So Bonacomp. And that's going to be number 4, Will Jack. Can't find pay dirt. So we're going to have number 8, Jenkins, checking back into the game. And Averett coming up big with a block there, as that was Jenkins and Cancro. And it is now a 4-1 contest. And a good low serve there by number 11, Felix. And a little breakdown in communication there, and that's going to result in a Warren Wilson point, 4-2. So we're going to have Blackman and number 7, Tupelo, checking back into the game for Warren Wilson. 4-2 is the score in favor of the Cougars, as Blackman delivers his serve. It's a set. And Averett with the mistake there. And it's going to give Warren Wilson a point and make it a 1-point game in favor of Averett, 4-3. If you are just joining us, I am former Assistant Sports Information Director Davin Wilson. Was set by Kanishiro Pate. And oh, that one walked the line. Just a little bit outside, though. And that's going to result in a 4-4 tie. And there's a breakdown in defense that is going to result in Tupelo's kill and a 5-4 lead for the Owls. Blackman with the serve. Kanishiro Pate. And Averett's going to come up with the kill on that, as it was Bunekamp. And number 17 checking into the game for the Cougars. Also number 10 checking in for, or no, excuse me, number 10 coming off for Owen Wilson. And looks like number 2 coming in for Warren Wilson. So Kanishiro Pate tries to get up there and make a play, unable to do so, 6-5. So now your score as William Bush will check into things. We'll check into the contest. So Kanishiro Pate right there with a point for the Cougars. Sorry, had to take a quick break to put on my jacket. Getting a little chilly up here. And so that's going to send number 12, Cankro, to the line. And Cankro with a little bit too much behind that one. Eight to 6 is the score in favor of Warren Wilson. And make it 9-6 as a Cougars miscue will lead to a point there. Sorry for a little bit of feedback right now, trying to get the mic adjusted right to where the levels are hitting like they need to be. That is going to be number 4, Oakley. And Oakley unable to find the inbounds, and Earls is going to take a timeout. 9-6 is the score in favor of the Owls. We'll be right back on the Averett Sports Network. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are back here on the Averett Sports Network, where Averett currently holds a 10-6 lead. There's the attack from number 4, Oakley. And that one goes out. And Averett's going to come through with a big point right there, 11-7 on that one. So there's number 8, Jenkins, coming through with the serve. And number 3, Kanishiro Pate, and Felix making a nice defensive play right there, but it is for naught as it goes out. 12-7 is now the score. So number 10, Mason Holler, checking into the game. So Holler's going to get that one over the net. There's the set. A nice attack. And that is going to be believe number 11, Daniel Felix. And so we're going to have number 3, Castillo, checking back into the game. Bonacon back into the game for Averett. So Kanishiro Pate with the serve. And Kanishiro Pate, the Cougars trying to go up for the block there, unable to do so. Goes out 13-8 is now your score, as we are now at the midway point of this one. So 1-1 is the score. Kanishiro Pate with a nice set over to number 11, Felix, who's there for it. And so number 7, Barber, is pushed over. There's the set, Bowenkamp. And that is going to be number 14, Vinyos, and 15, Blackman, coming up with a block right there, 14-9. And number 6, Bowenkamp, tries to go up there for the block, will find it. Jenkins checking in. And Bowenkamp looked like he might have flashed Johnny Manziel's dollar sign down there. 14-11 as he made a nice play to get the Cougars within 3 and help them keep possession. Here's the serve coming in from Felice. And that one is going to stay in bounds, 15-11. So we got Blackman and Barber checking in. And Averett coming through with a point right there. It's 15-12. And this has been a very enjoyable match between these two sides after we had kind of uneven contests in the first 2 that ended with Wabash taking both. And that was a nice attempt there by Kanishiro Pate, but unable to get it over. Earls wants a timeout. We're going to take it with him here on the Averett Sports Network. Warren Wilson, 17, Averett 12, midway through third set.
Is inclusive, encompassing, inspiring. Averett University provides all you need for a future you deserve through learning that embraces all of your infinite potential. With flexible online and on-campus programs, like our newest programs in entrepreneurship and psychology, with more coming soon. With affordable tuition and 24/7 support, it all leads to you becoming a catalyst for positive change. Visit allaverett.com. Averett University. Are you all in?
Welcome back here to the Grant Center, where we are coming out of a timeout with Warren Wilson holding a 17-12 lead in the third set. Things are knotted up at 1 apiece. We'd like to thank everybody for their help and dedication today. Kenichi Ropate pushes one over, but Warren Wilson there to receive it. There's the attack. Goes out of bounds, and it's now 18-12. And we saw once again a little bit of a breakdown in communication there, but Averett getting it worked out. Make sure it doesn't happen again, but it will result in a quick point and a 19-12 lead. And that one goes out of bounds, so that is going to be number 7. Tupelo making it 20-12 with that attack. And Kenichi Ropate goes up and makes a big time block right there. And 20-13 is now the score. And Averett coming through with a big point right there, 20-14. And that attack goes out of bounds. Trim the gap to 20-15 here. So if you are just joining us, both of these teams, I mentioned it earlier, are both in their inaugural seasons of play. So Oakley pushes that one over. Oakley gets up there, and that one's going to go to Warren Wilson, 21-15. And Oakley getting up for the kill. Make it 21-16. And that is going to be number 11, Ian Nicholson, coming through with a big kill right there for Warren Wilson and make it 22-16. That serve goes into the net. It's going to get the Cougars within 5. And Averett with 2 quick points now to get it within 4 at 22-18. And that's going to be number 12, Cankro, coming down with another big play, and that's 3 quick points for the Cougars, who have now trimmed their deficit 2-3, nearing the end of this third set. And so number 12, Aza Morris, is going to break that one up a little bit with a kill. I don't know if that was Morris or not. It looked like number 12, but I'm not sure. Might have actually been Daly Jr. Either way, it's a point for the Owls, and they get another one there on that service ace, which is going to put them at set point at 24-19. And a little bit too much sauce on that one. Ian Nicholson, as that's going to make it 24-20 now. Oakley. And a nice block there from number 12, Cankro, and number 11, Felix. 24-21. And number 11, Ian Nicholson, is going to hammer that one home. And that's going to give Warren Wilson the 25-21 win and a 2-1 lead heading into the fourth set. We will be right back here on the Averett Sports Network. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the start of the fourth set of this concluding non-conference match that wraps up a non-conference tri-match here. It's been a long day, ladies and gentlemen. So Averett getting out to the early 1-0 lead. That's going to be Kanishiro Pate. Back to serve. Pate's serve over the net. And a quick turn of events as number 11, Ian Nicholson, uses his height to get up and hammer home an attack. That's going to knot things up here at 1. Number 14, Vinyos, checking in here for the Owls. You got number 2, Ryan Daly Jr. at the line. And number 11, Feliz hammering home one right there. And we're going to take a look here. We got some stats updated here at the end of the last frame. Right now, Ian Nicholson with 18 kills for Warren Wilson. Meanwhile, Will Jack comes in with 9. Also, Ryan Daly Jr. with 26 assists to go along with 7 digs. So close to a double-double Daly Jr. is. Kind of sounded like Yoda right there. Just realized that. Also, Ricky Castillo with 15 digs. And for the Cougars right now, it is Kenkro with 9 total kills. Oakley with 8. Kanishiro Pate with 7. Kanishiro Pate with 11 assists. So that's the numbers here so far. And don't look now, but Averett has scored 4 of the first 5 to take a 4-1 lead, trailing 2-1. So we've already had one contest between these two teams go 5. Will we have another? And there's a block from number 12, Kenkro. Good over the ball there from the Cougars. Bonacom, and that one is going to fall errant. 4-3 is now the score. That is one thing I do not miss having to do is keep score for volleyball. Really keep score for any of the sports. A high-pressure job and a much happier and that is good court knowledge there by the Cougars to realize that one was out of bounds and not go after it and stay home. And it is now 5-3. That was pushed over. Return back into the net. And Averett now takes a 6-3 lead. And we're going to see if Stark opts for a timeout anytime soon, or if he's going to let this one just keep rolling the way it is. Stark hasn't taken a ton of timeouts today. There's the attack from number 14, Vinyos. And it's going to be number 8, Jenkins. And it's going to be an attack there from the Cougars. And it's going to be an attack that ends with an error. And 6-4 is your score. As it's going to be, looks like Lopez is going to be checking in for the Cougars, along with number 7, Tupelo for Warren Wilson, and Blackman for the Owls as well. So Blackman barely gets his serve over the net, barely counts though. Bowenkamp, good communication there by the Owls. There's a nice attack. Averett ready for it though. And a nice play there by Lopez to keep things going, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Tupelo that's going to get his fingers on the attack. and get Warren Wilson within 6-5. So Blackman, Kenesha Ropate over, and that's going to be number 12, Cankro. And looked like Cankro had put a little bit too much on it, but they're going to say it went off a Warren Wilson player. So 17, Jafuni back in the game for the Cougars, and he will go back to serve at 7-5. And Kenesha Ropate tried to make something happen there, but it will be blocked, and it's now a 7-6 contest. So we're going to have number 5, William Bush, checking into the game. So Bush with the serve, line drive over, barely though. Kenesha Ropate, and Kenesha Ropate looked good from up here, but they got a better view of it down there, so I will not argue. It goes out, and it is now 7-7 as we are approaching the midway point of this fourth set. Warren Wilson looking to go ahead and close it down now. Of course, Averett looking to try to force that fifth set. And Averett coming through with a big attack right there on Cankro. And it is now 8-7 as we've got number 4, Oakley, checking into the game. And that had a little bit too much on it. Eight is now the score. Oakley. And Oakley's going to put the Cougars back in front with a kill. And it is now 9-8. So Averett trying to force that decisive fifth set. Meanwhile, Warren Wilson just looking to get out of here. And number 12, Daniel Cankro with a bicycle kick. But that's going to knot the score at 9. Lopez checking back in for the Cougars. And there's a mistake on the part of the Owls. That's going to cost them a point and make it a 10-9 game as we've got Castillo checking back in. Bowenkamp coming back in for the Cougars. So Kenesha Ropate. And that is going to be number 11, Ian Nicholson. Drilling that one home. And we're going to have number 14, Vinos, back in the game. And that's going to be number 4, Will Jack, coming through with the service ace there. So Daly cannot get his service over. And that's going to knot things up at 11 apiece. Kenesha Ropate with a nice play right there. And an attack error on the Cougars. It's going to result in a Warren Wilson point and 12-11 lead as we are now officially at the halfway mark. And that's going to be number 11, Ian Nicholson, getting up with a big kill there. 13-11 now as we have officially hit the halfway point. And there's a service error that's going to get the Cougars back within a point at 13-12. Going to have number 8, Jenkins, checking back into the game. And that had a little bit too much on it, goes out of bounds. It's going to be a Cougar point, 13-13 is now the score. And Warren Wilson on the attack. Ball is kept alive. Great play there by Averett. Kanishi Ropate sets it up for number 12, Cancro. Kanishi Ropate over to Jenkins. Jenkins can't get it across the net though. 15-13 is now the score. And Averett's going to pick up a point there on the kill. And it's now 15-14 as we're going to have number 17, Jafuni, checking into the game. Warren Wilson looking to end this one now. Averett looking to send it to a 5th. Averett hoping to give Olivia Earls her first win as head coach. Kanisha Ropate sends it over. Warren Wilson there for the return. And, oh, okay. And at first I thought they were giving that one to Warren Wilson, and that was just out of bounds. And the point does go to the Cougars. It is now 15-15. Ball is pushed over. It's a set, Kanishiro Pate. Nice defensive play there by Kanishiro Pate. It's up to the challenge, and we'll push that one over. And we now have a 16-15 game. And Kanishiro Pate and Jenkins coming up big with a block right there. And Averett has now extended its lead to 2 here nearing the end of the 4th set. And a little bit too much on that one. Oh, and actually they're going to say it went off an Averett player. So the point will go to Warren Wilson, 17-16. Kanishiro Pate pushes that one over. There's an attack coming from number 4, Will Jack, that just gets the net. So number 4, Oakley, back into the game. 18-16 is the score. So right now we are going on about 6 hours altogether here today of this tri-match. It's been quite a bit of action. And number 11, Ian Nicholson, can't get his return over, 19-16. And we'll see if we have any more action after this fourth set, if the Cougars can force the decisive fifth, or whether Warren Wilson will end up edging this one out. And right now it's looking in favor of the Cougars as Warren Wilson cannot get his attack to fall. Stark is going to take a timeout. We're going to take it with him here on the Averett.
90,000 on the feet.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. 2016 is your score in favor of Averett. So here we go. These are the moments that are going to matter. Averett looking for a fifth set, for a chance to, and a great defensive play there at the net between Jenkins and Oakley, and 21-16. So Averett looking to try to force that fifth set, and also look to get its first win in program history. And number 7, Jonah Tupelo, says, if I have my way, that's not going to happen, as he gets up at the net, makes a big play, 21-17. So it's going to be number 4, Will Jack, now at the line. A good defensive play there by Oakley. Kanishio Pate makes a nice attempt, not able to do anything with it, though, and is now 21-18. And there's another serve. Jenkins. Great defensive play there by Averett. Oakley keeps it alive. Jenkins unable to do the same, though. And now 21-19. So whatever Stark said during the timeout has worked so far, as the Owls have scored 2 straight to pull within 3. Oakley. And that attack is going to go out of bounds. So 21-19 now. Olivia Earls is one in timeout. We're going to take it with her here on the Averett Sports Network. We'll be right back.
Is inclusive, encompassing, inspiring. Averett University provides all you need for a future you deserve through learning that embraces all of your infinite potential. With flexible online and on-campus programs, like our newest programs in entrepreneurship and psychology, with more coming soon. With affordable tuition and 24/7 support, it all leads to you becoming a catalyst for positive change. Visit allaverett.com. Averett University. Are you all in?
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And there was a little bit of a breakdown right there as that serve. I think Averett thought it was headed out of bounds. Either that or it was just a breakdown of whose ball it was, what the coverage was going to be. But either way, it results in a service ace and a tie ball game at 21. And that one's going to find the mere very, very edge of the corner. And it will get in there. 22-21 is now the score. Would like to thank everybody involved in today's match, today's tri-matches for. And that one is going to go out. And Averett point. So 23-21. Averett 1 away from set point. 2 away from a 5th set. So Jenkins. Ball is pushed over. Kanishiro Pate. Hammered home, and man, that one had some Texas Pete on it, some sauce. Number 11, Ian Nicholson, using that long frame of his to drill that ball, follow through, and get this one within one at 23-22. Moment of truth, as my favorite Gangstar song goes. Ball is over. Kanishiro Pate. Rally kept alive. Oakley. And a great hustle play there by Warren Wilson. And a great catch by Sports Information Director Drew Wilson over there at the table. Taking time from statting volleyball, which is not easy, to make a great catch. And then a one bounce throw across the court over to ball boy Ethan Stevens. Wilson showing off his athleticism. Bowenkamp pushes it over. Rally still going. There's the attack. Great play there by Lopez, but it's not going to matter much as he can't get it to fall between the lines. And 24-23, so we're going to see if this one's going to need extra points or can Averett go ahead and finish it off here. Daly Jr. back at the line to serve. And there we go. Oakley, and ladies and gentlemen, Oakley hammers it home. 25-23, Averett wins number 4. And we are headed to the 5th. We'll be right back here on the Averett Sports Network. All right, and ladies and gentlemen, we have got an exciting one here. For the second time in 3 matches this season, these two teams are going to a 5th set. We're going to take a look here at some of the statistics so far. Right now, Nicholson, absolutely monstrous night. 29 kills. Will Jack, the next one even closest at 9. Also, Ricky Castillo with 24 digs. Daly Jr. with 11. Meanwhile, for the Cougars, Cancro with 12. Oakley with 11. Kanishiro Pate, 15 assists. Jafuni with 19. Right now, Lopez with 23 digs. Kanishiro Pate with 15, so he has the double-double. Also, Aiden Barber with 13 digs, and Daniel Cancro with 13. So I'm sure you all know the rules here, but just in case you are joining us and you're a little new to the game of volleyball, especially men's volleyball, same rules apply as women's volleyball. It's 5th set is played to 15. You still have to win by 2, and midway through the 5th set, the two sides will actually switch ends of the court. So let's see. Averett looking for its first win in program history. And I know it would be an absolute honor for me to be able to broadcast this one to you. School that my hometown university, also school that gave me my start in the sports industry as a GA back in 2014. Hard to believe it was 10 years ago. I was at the tender age of 31 years old. Seems like a long time ago now, but it's really not if you think about it. And so here we go. Kanishiro Pate with the serve. It's a set. Ball is pushed over. And that is going to be number 11, Ian Nicholson, hammering that one home. And it is now 1-0 as Warren Wilson will steal the first point. This one's been a fun one here today. It's been a fun week of sports all around over here and that's going to be a service ace for Warren Wilson. I was able to come over and broadcast the men's lacrosse game against Hudson University the other day. A game where the men's lacrosse team was able to steal out to victory in another service ace. And that's a quick 3-0 lead for Warren Wilson here on senior day for the Cougars. So how fitting would it be, though, if the Cougars were able to get the first win in program history on senior day? So Daly Jr. gets that one over. Kanishiro Pate over to Oakley. Oakley a little bit too much on it. It's 4-0. And Earls wants a timeout. We're going to go ahead and stay with you here since we are in the 5th set.
Averett University provides all you need for your future through learning that embraces all of your infinite potential. With flexible online and on-campus programs, affordable tuition, and over 50 majors and programs. Visit allaverett.com. Are you all in?
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here. Warren Wilson out to a quick 4-0 lead here in this 5th set as Daly Jr. will step back to serve. And of course, this 5th set, as I mentioned earlier, only played to 15. And that one is in the net. And Averett gets his first point of the set, of the frame. And we've got number 7, Aiden Barber, checking into the game. I'm sitting down here looking at this broadcast right now on the computer in front of me, and just, it's amazing, and that's going to be a Warren Wilson point. It's amazing to see how far Averett has come and really in its broadcast. And remember, just a very simple broadcast when I first started out. Just one camera angle, that's all you really got. And of course, it's not the same this time around because we don't necessarily, with spring break, you don't necessarily have the staff to work it all, but now multiple camera angles that you can give it. It's truly like you're watching a Division I game. And Warren Wilson with a mistake there on the attack. It's going to get the Cougars within 3 at 5-2. Going to have Jenkins check into the game. That serve gets across. And a little bit too much on that one. Oh, no, they're going to say it went off an Averett player. And 6-2 is now scored. Blackman checking into the game along with number 2. And that attack just falls outside. In the words of Bob Euchre, just a bit outside. Number 7, it was number 7, Tupelo checking into the game. Bowenkamp. Kanisha Ropate. Averett's got to get that one over. Unable to do so, and it's 8-2. So at this point, that is the halfway mark. We are going to, well, I thought we were going to see the 2 switch sides. Yes, we are going to see them switch. So 8-2. Plenty of time, but right now the momentum is definitely with Warren Wilson, but Averett with plenty of time to come back in this one. Like I said, still trying to pick up that first program win. And Averett's going to take a timeout. We're going to take it with him here on the Averett Sports Network. We'll be back in just a jiff.
Is inclusive, encompassing, inspiring. Averett University provides all you need for a future you deserve through learning that embraces all of your infinite potential with flexible online and on-campus programs like our newest programs in entrepreneurship and psychology, with more coming soon, with affordable tuition and 24/7 support. It all leads to you becoming a catalyst for positive change. Visit allaverett.com. Averett University. Are you all in?
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. 8-2 is the score. Got an extremely busy day here for all involved. And that one's going to get out of bounds. So 10-2 is the score. And that was just a little bit off. goes out. It truly has been a fun one here, though, so far, 11-2. Of course, it's not looking like the result is going to turn out like you want it to, unless if you're an Averett fan. Of course, if you're a fan of the Owls, the result seems to be turning out exactly like you want. But there's still a lot to be played here, but that attack error is now going to make it a 12-2 contest. And that one's going to get out, and Warren Wilson now 13-12, or excuse me, 13-2. And it looks like Warren Wilson is going to win for the second time this season. And, of course, don't count the Cougars out yet, as number 12, Cancro, is going to get one in. Castillo checking in, along with number 10, Mason Holler. Would like to thank everybody involved with this broadcast today. Would like to thank Sophia Marshall for up here helping me on the truck, bringing you all these angles. Also would like to thank Landon Hendricks and Drew Wilson. Also Zoe Wins. And the whole entire staff here for making this possible, and really one of the best staffs in Division III. Learned so much from watching, or learned so much from my time over here, so much that I still apply in my current career as a sports editor for a newspaper in nearby Halifax County, not too far from Danville. Ball is sent across. There's the set. Kanishiro Pate. It's pushed over. Nice rally going. And that's going to be in the net. And so Averett is going to live to fight at least one more point. 14-4 is your score here. Both of these teams, as I've mentioned several times throughout the broadcast, are in their first years as a program. And that's going to do it, as Warren Wilson will get the final point to win 15-14. So Warren Wilson picks up a 3-2 win. As I said, we appreciate you tuning in to this game. Congratulations to all our seniors for the Cougars.